bringing us in. It's part of the main court. Who sits there and keeps fussing so they can leave that, right? Well, you thought they were ready for gold.
30 seconds.
But that's good. I mean, it's great that somebody can do that. Happy to see that.
I would have seen that.
Okay, yes. The chair will call the August 19th, 2025 meeting of the City Council to order. At this time, I would like to invite the students from Lincoln Magnet School to come up to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. They're going to come up and lead us all in the pledge, and then we'll have you rise for the pledge as well. So come on up to the front if you would. Perfect.
Turn around. Flag behind you guys.
Okay. I'll let you start, and then we'll chime in with you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Clerk Redpath, will you please call the roll?
Yes, ma'am. Alderman Cox.
Here.
Alderman Gregory. Here. Alderman Williams. Here. Alderman Rockford. Here. Alderwoman Purchase. Alderwoman Atriano.
Here.
Alderman Carlson.
Here.
Alderwoman Conley.
Present.
Alderman Donlin. Here. Alderman Hanauer.
Here.
Mayor Busher.
Present.
You have a quorum. I got you.
Let the record show Alderwoman Purchase joined us as well. And was Alderman Gregory here for your roll call? Okay. The civility pledge. In the interest of civility, I pledge to promote civility by listening, being respectful of others, acknowledging that we are all striving to support and improve our community, and understanding that we each may have different ideas for achieving that objective. At this time, I would like to also invite up to the podium with myself, Principal of Lincoln Magnet School, Nicole Hyen, and then her students who presented fishing tales and bites of wisdom for a competition, and I'm going to have them come up and give you a little bit of a scenario about that. So I'll meet you all at the podium.
Candy in there.
If you want to start, then we'll let my students start too. Yeah. And look, you're on the screen. Did you see?
We got the bowl.
Okay.
You want to stand there and go with me?
Okay. Thank you so much. We are so excited. This was a student-created, student-led initiative in our community, working with senior citizens in our community to build relationships and work together. That was their fishing tales, and they'll be able to share a little bit more. And then they kind of evolved into fishing with a PH to keep our senior citizens safe. So they kind of turned it in while they were building relationships to some internet safety, because they were made aware of some scams that were affecting their family and friends of their family, and they really want to do something to protect our community. And so they developed this initiative, and they've been over a year, have been doing volunteerism in our community with over 125 senior citizens they've trained, and over 600 hours of volunteering with this group. So I'd like to invite a few of them over. Ian, you were kind of the mastermind behind this, and anything you guys would like to share?
Give
I'd
them
love for
a
you guys to
synopsis,
say.
Ian, of what it means, what your project is.
So we all wanted to give back to our community and volunteer, but we didn't quite know where to start. So first we started by just going to local nursing homes and sharing our catches of fishing, just sharing them photos, showing lures. And then we realized we really need to teach them ways to combat scams. So that's when it evolved into fishing with a PH. And then we would go to the YMCA and different nursing homes and give them lessons about how to combat scams with our partners, the Attorney General's office, the Bank of Springfield, the YMCA, and the mayor. So using all that, we just went and got our word out, and now here we are. And then recently we went for the Governor's Award we presented at the fair, and we went against a few there's I think 40 projects, and we came out first going against like people who clean creeks, and so that's an honor to be here today.
So, whenever we went, there were 3 projects. We were Division 4 winner, so that was exciting. And then when we presented, we got to see some of the projects that were in there, such as Oak Grove, clean up the creek, and then East St. Louis. We were the second group to go up. And we used up all of the 45 minutes to present on really what we do and how we do it. So, yeah.
Great speaker.
This is exciting. This was the hometown award, and so they looked throughout the entire state of Illinois and looking at this. And we were so excited. This is the first time City of Springfield has been recognized, and we couldn't be more proud to bring the cup home. Just where it is and where this community is so important. You guys are all here because you care about your community. Our mayor has supported us in so many ways, as well as just so many different organizations. So we couldn't think of a better place to come to present the cup and have it here as part of that. So this was through the governor's award, and we're so excited. And what does it mean to you guys to bring home? What do you guys think?
I'm very proud to bring home this award because it shows how much we've put into our community and how much we've been able to give back, and it's been able to showcase what we've done.
I also agree, but it's also a great honor to represent us students and our school and our community.
Like Ian said, it just started with going to nursing homes and talking about fishing, and I really didn't think it would grow into what it is today. And I think that, yeah.
So I'm Ben. I'm in 8th grade at Lincoln Magnet. And to be the first ones to win for the city of Springfield and to be the capital of Illinois, I think just brings us honor.
I'm Naomi. I'm an 8th grade student at Lincoln Magnet.
I'm Levi, and I'm a 7th grade student at Lincoln Magnet.
I'm Alana, and I'm an 8th grade student at Lincoln Magnet.
I'm Ian, and I'm an 8th grade student at Lincoln Magnet.
And for those of you that don't know, the principal can tell you, but Lincoln Magnet is an actual school that focuses on technology at their school. And one of the things that the students did not share with you is they have earned the city of Springfield a sign on the road. IDOT is going to create a sign, and when you go down the interstate, you're going to see that these students at Lincoln Magnet won us the hometown award, and it's going to be on the interstate.
Oh, yeah? That's cool.
Thank you so much.
Do you want to stand in front of the podium and we'll take a picture together?
Yes, let's get a picture together.
Who's going to hold this with me? Sorry, you're going to hold it? I was honored to present. And this is our future. How exciting is that?
Congratulations, young man.
Yeah. Thank you. For everything. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, congratulations.
All right.
Are we ready for Corporation Council? Are we ready for the presentation?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay?
You ready for presentation?
No. So now we're going to have a presentation by Corporation Counsel regarding the removal of grass and weeds to try to clarify some questions that come up with that. Can you see, or do I need to move this? Can you see, or do I need to move the trophy? Are you okay?
Oh, yeah. Trophy.
Okay.
Trying to hide back here.
Okay, so you guys have been asking a lot of questions about our grass cutting process, and as you all know, there's also an ordinance amending our current code with respect to our grass cutting process on tonight's debate agenda, so I'm here to give you a little more information. So, would help if I turned it on, right, Joanna? Okay, so how does our grass cutting process start? One of two ways. The first way is that our housing division receives a complaint. The other way, it's not necessarily starting a process officially, but if it is a city-owned lot or one of those lots that's owned by the infamous Sangamon County trustee, those are automatically on a list of ones that we mow every year. There are currently 460 of those between the city-owned and the county-owned, and they are mowed every 2 weeks. So with respect to ones that complaints are received, the first step in the process is that one of our housing inspectors will go out to confirm the status of the violation. Namely, they will take a pre-measured stick, put it in the ground and say, and look at the pre-marked on it, is this 10 inches or more? If the answer to that question is no, then the case will be closed and they'll move on to the next one. If the answer is yes, then a notice of violation is sent to the owner saying how long they have to comply or cut the grass. I should also note that when they go out to confirm the status of the violation, that's usually the day after the complaint is received. And when they put that stick in the ground, they will also take pictures that are included as part of that record showing that it is in fact 10 inches or more above that pre-marked line. The notice of violation is sent in one of 4 ways that are shown here. It's either mailed to the tax bill address, personally or hand-delivered to the owner, posted on the property, or in certain cases, it can be published. As noted on here, the publication is only for vacant lots or lots that have unoccupied structures. So what happens after that 5 days, whatever the time period for them to cut it is in the notice of violation? The day after that time period expires, the housing inspector will go back out and recheck the property more or less to confirm, did they mow it or is it still 10 inches or more? If they have complied at that point, then the case is closed and again, they move on to the next task on their list. However, if it has not been mowed, then they proceed with putting in a work order to have one of our contractors go mow that property. On rare occasions, it will not be immediately put in for a work order. On very rare occasions, it will be referred to the legal office for an administrative court procedure. Again, I stress that this is not the norm. We try to avoid that at all costs. The only reasons that it might be referred to our administrative court is for one of the reasons noted on here. The most common one that you will see is that there is an occupied property that has a privacy fence or other fence that has a lock on it, and we need court permission to basically go into that private area of somebody's home. We have to have court permission to do that, which is why I say it's for occupied properties, because those people have a privacy interest. Now, I do note that with the changes that are being proposed tonight, this is going to change a little bit. Currently, our process is that it goes through these steps: the check, the notice, then the recheck. Under what's proposed tonight, that will only be the first pass through. After a property has then received an initial notice of violation and it goes through the recheck process, if another complaint comes in, the housing inspector will then just simply go out to confirm if it's 10 inches or more and then immediately put in the work order. The second time around, they will not have to be renoticed under what's being proposed tonight. So, with respect to contractors, how does that work? Once a year, the city puts out an RFQ, request for qualification. So basically, anybody can come in and say, I want to be a city contractor. We currently have 40 of those contractors that we utilize. The pre-existing list that I mentioned earlier with the county and city lots, they're divided equally at the beginning of the mowing season among all our contractors. So right now that's 11 or 12 apiece. Any new complaints that come in are then assigned to our contractors on a rotating basis. For any of you that are familiar with our towing, the towing is on a rotating basis as well, so similar to that. Under our mowing contracts, they can skip a contractor. If a contractor is called on that list, they can skip and go to the next contractor if that contractor doesn't respond. They simply say, thank you, but I'm currently unable to complete the job. Or, worst case scenario, they are assigned to the job and then they just fail to complete it. Then they can move on to the next one. With respect to how long they have to complete it, they have 48 hours from accepting the mowing and picking up the paperwork to complete that. So if it's not completed within those 48 hours, it gets reassigned. And under our our mowing contract, if there are 3 or more violations in this sense, they fail to mow it 3 times, or they don't submit the proper paperwork, or anything else that's required in our contract, if they do that 3 or more times, we can terminate the contract. We have done that on rare occasions. We don't like to do that because we need all the contractors we can get, but we do have that remedy available to us. The contractors are also required to take before and after pictures that are made part of the record of that case. In case they challenge it later, we can show the before and after pictures of the property. So our contractor goes out and mows it, they take their before and after pictures, and then they submit that along with their invoice to our housing division. They have to submit that paperwork to our housing division within 72 hours of completing their mowing. The housing division will then mail a bill or a statement, invoice, whatever you want to call it, to that tax bill address. The average cost of the city to do this is $250. That's for your average regular size residential lot. And that's not necessarily the direct mowing cost. Under our contract, it's $65 per lot. The lot size is noted on this presentation, but the additional money is coming from what we call the city's overhead charges. That is allowed by statute and city code, because there are so many different people here at the city that end up having to touch this process. Housing, both the administrative staff and the inspectors, the legal department, the treasurer's office. There are so many different people who touch this process. There's mailing costs, there's paper costs. So quite honestly, $250 is probably a little low, but it's fair. And it's been that way for a very long time. If one of our own city employees undertakes the mowing rather than one of our contractors, we also have the ability to charge for their direct time and wages. So one question that's been asked a lot is, why isn't the Sangamon County trustee being given a bill? So currently, as many of you know, Joseph E. Meyer and Associates is the Sangamon County trustee. They are the county trustee for almost every county in the state of Illinois, 96 out of 102 to be exact. State law authorizes the county boards to appoint a trustee. It is not a department. It is not a division of a county. They are entitled to just appoint this person or entity to act on their behalf. Specifically, state law authorizes them to do this. Their sole authority is with respect to taking a tax delinquent parcel, and by tax delinquent I mean property tax delinquent, through what they call the tax deed process, which clears title of all liens and encumbrances, even mortgages. It's similar to a foreclosure of a house. And then sell it and get it back on the tax rolls to being an active property. They don't have any legal authority to mow, to demolish, to remove inoperable vehicles. They are essentially, the property is essentially held in a trust at that point. Specifically, state law says that it's held for the benefit of taxing bodies. So all of the taxing bodies are the beneficiaries of this trust, including the city, the county, 186, the townships. I could go on and on. All those taxing bodies that are listed on your tax bill are the beneficiaries of this trust. So the bill, in theory, it doesn't go to the trustee itself because the trust is a fictitious entity. It should be going to all of the taxing bodies, including us. Obviously, that can be somewhat difficult to divide it evenly or proportionately among all the taxing bodies, which is why we undertake that activity. So for somebody who does get sent a bill, there is an appeal or contesting process. This is not the same as going through our administrative court system and requesting a hearing in front of our hearing officer. Under our code, there is a separate process, and it is a protest that is filed with the treasurer's office. There is a hearing officer, but it is a different hearing officer, and they specifically have 45 days to contest the bill that they receive. Under our code, only these 4 things that are listed on the slide are a basis for them to contest it. So we sent it to the wrong owner. They feel that it was less than 10 inches, which is why we document all of the things that we document. They felt notice was improper. They feel the costs are too high. These are the only basis upon which they can contest it. After it's gone through either the appeal process or the 45 days expires, it then goes on to either our collection agency for further collection, or we have the ability to file a lien against the property. That's only done once a year to the extent that we file liens. Also, at the end of the mowing season, something new that's going to be done by our code enforcement department is that at the end of the mowing season, you know, when we're done for the winter, we will be sent over essentially a referral for properties that had multiple violations. The legal department will file a complaint against that property and then impose additional fines at that point for those repeat offenders. The other thing that's being proposed tonight is about the parkways and boulevards. I just want to clarify that this is not a new requirement. This has the city has always required owners to mow the parkways and the boulevards. I talked to our public works department. We currently only mow 1 boulevard, and it's not necessarily voluntarily. It's because of the process that we discussed earlier, that there was homeowner neglect, so we unfortunately have had to start undertaking mowing that one particular boulevard. Another limited exception to boulevards would be that if there is a homeowners association where the covenants of that homeowners association or another body similar to an HOA put that obligation on the HOA, then it becomes the HOA's obligation. As many of you know, you've actually had to ask me that question, and I often have to undergo some in-depth research to figure out whether that's the HOA's responsibility or the homeowner's responsibility. With respect to parkway strips, the only ones that the city mows are the ones that we've talked about on this slideshow. If we're mowing our own city lot, we mow our own parkway strip. If it's a county, one of the county trustee lots that we're mowing, we'll mow that parkway strip. You know, if we're mowing 123 Main Street because it's gone through this process, we'll mow that parkway strip. But for example, the subdivision that I live in, the city does not come mow all the parkway strips in my subdivision. So,
a point of information, can you define a parkway strip?
So how we're defining the parkway strip in the ordinance, and it kind of has it's generally been known, is if you actually look at this picture, the area where the trees are, so it's that space between the street and the sidewalk. That is what we consider a parkway strip, and that's how it's defined in the proposed ordinance.
Okay.
And I'll happily take any other questions at this time, too.
Thank you for your time, Katia. Alderman Carlson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Katia, I thanked Corporation Moordock last week for his help in this ordinance, and I want to thank you as well, because, you know, we talked a number of times this past summer trying to tighten things up. Back to one of the slides, I need clarification on, because maybe I don't understand it correctly, or I've gotten 2 different answers. The 7-day notice. So we send out a notice tomorrow to somebody that's long grass. Can we mow on day 8, or do we have to wait for them to get notice, and then we tack on another 6 or 7 days for them to mow?
So the 7-day period would start from the day that it's put in the mail. And when those notices of violations go out, there's what we call a proof of service that says it was mailed on this date. So we know the day that it was mailed. And then, so technically it could be done on day 8, because like I said, our inspectors do have to go back out and confirm that it hasn't been mowed.
Right. Okay. So okay, that clarifies that, and that's why I think this ordinance is great, because now we just, for simplification, we give everybody notice one time, and after that, it's 7 inches. We send an inspector out, or 10 inches. We send an inspector out, and we mow it and fine them right away.
Charge them. The
Charge them.
fining
No,
will
we
come
charge-
later.
right, Exactly, exactly.
Yes.
And as we've talked, to me, it doesn't, it's a good step, it doesn't quite go far enough. I know some other municipalities, and I've talked to a couple other aldermen about this, and maybe we'll worry about it next year, but I think it's Peoria. They may notify everyone in February or January in the newspaper. This is your notice. If you're at 10 inches, wherever they are up there for us, you know, we'll put an ad in the paper. This is your notice. If it gets to 10 inches, we're going to cite you and take care of the situation. I mean, it seems a little drastic, but I think we've all had to deal with this all summer in every ward. But again, it heads down the right path, and I think our constituents should be happy. The other question, and I don't quite understand this as well. So we go out and mow, but we have a fence in the backyard. And what constitutes it being locked or not? A padlock, the latch? Why can't we get into the backyard when that is 10 inches as well? I don't understand that.
Sure, and lock, I'm not gonna get into I wouldn't say latch, I mean like lock, whether that's a padlock or one of the simple, just ones that you clip with the key. But that's why I was trying to stress occupied properties. I don't think the same privacy interest applies to unoccupied properties.
Well, I'm talking
Because
about
homeowners have, you know, a legal privacy interest in their backyards. It is not, I'm trying to remember the term of art, within the curtilage of the home is what the legal term of art is.
So walk me through that. So let's say tomorrow's the 8th day, we mow the front yard, you know, our contractors go to the backyard, they can't get in the backyard. Again, that's going to be delay. I mean,
Yep, it's referred to legal then at that point.
and again, delay on that, I mean, it could be weeks, a month. I've had experience where it's been a month or two, and it's just,
Then we'd get a complaint, so then we'd draft up the complaint, we'd have to file, we would send notice, and then we'd set it. We have administrative court every Wednesday, but we can only handle so many cases. So yeah, that would slow up the process if we had to get into a backyard.
okay, I mean, that's just state statute law, we just can't go into, I'm not talking about a fence where it has a padlock.
Yep, that's constitutional law,
Okay, that's
right,
fine.
you know.
That's fine, okay,
Unwarranted, you know, invasion, that.
okay. No, again, thanks for your work on this, and I think, for me, I think it moves us in the right direction, and maybe we can revisit some of the stuff next year. So thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Gregory.
No, I definitely agree. We're going to revisit, but just a few questions. Ms. Katia, Corporation Counsel, can you send me after today a map, a list of where these trust lots are?
I will try to work on that
I
with
think that's
housing,
good
yes.
information. And you know, we all want grass cut. I think I complain about it the most. But we have to continue to try to get people to cut their grass without automatic fines. It's going to hurt more than help. Then we're going to have a bunch of people mad because they can't afford these liens and stuff. So maybe it works out there in Ward 7. It's a different brand. But over here, it can hurt, especially for our seniors. That's going to be one of my amendments, to exclude our seniors from this. My second thought is, if this is something we've already can do, how come we ain't been doing it? Because the reality is, and it's not your fault, it's not our director's fault, the reality is, it's 40 contractors for 500 situations or 600 situations, including 420 Sangamon County Trust lots, is a tall task. And we don't have the staff to handle it. We do not have the staff to handle it. That's why we're having these issues. So on day 8, it ain't gonna get cut, dog. It ain't gonna get cut. I'm
with you, Alderman. I'm with you.
It ain't gonna get cut. It ain't gonna get cut because that's the reality of this situation. So I like the idea of getting some of these lots, especially these houses. So that was some of my. Can I go now? Can I show some of these? Because these are more when I'm. Can I see the thing? Go to my.
Is this about the presentation, about grass and weeds?
Sure.
what you're talking
Yes,
about?
Yes, it is.
Okay, we're just on a presentation, we still have to go
Absolutely.
through zoning and all that. We're not to the ordinance yet, Alderman, that's why I wanted to
Oh, yeah.
say that.
No, absolutely. I think it's good to go ahead and get it out of the way now because our lawyers is up here and they can answer a few things for us. So, much of this problem is we will go cut some of the houses, unoccupied houses. But the problem is, and what we get hammered for, if you could, or you want me to show it later? What we get hammered for is these voluntary trees, these bushes that are growing bigger than the house. All of us got packets here, we see this. So they may cut.
I don't think that's, Alderman, maybe we should do this under new business, because that's not grass
Well,
cutting.
That's
Yeah.
fine. This is the grass. This is going into our grass situation. So when our grass contractors go cut our unoccupied houses or these 420 lots, they're not cutting the voluntary trees. They're not cutting the weeds. They're just cutting the grass. And that's the next complaint that we get. The weeds are tall. Well, they're just cutting the grass. So we need to have that option in there. I don't know what provision we have. I know at some time we allow them to, bushel some things up of weeds and voluntary trees and,
I believe that should already be covered.
okay.
I know, I'm saying grass, but it's
Right.
grass and weeds. It's
And weeds.
essentially, under the way that our code defines it, it's anything that's not cultivated. It's,
Right.
you know, so it's
So-
not hay or corn or, you know.
Right. But essentially they can get paid their $60 if they just cut the grass, right? That's suffice for us.
We do have the ability, which is why we make them submit pictures, that if we are unhappy with it and we feel like they missed something, we can send them back out.
Right, and I get that, and we do at times for various things, but the voluntary trees and the weeds and things, certainly we're not expecting them to cut all of that for $60.
Yeah, and so, and that's why I say the average is 65. If they do go above and beyond, we have the ability under our code to charge whatever their costs are, their direct costs.
So they can do that. Okay.
And if I can jump in, yes, so for our RFQ, what would happen is if somebody goes onto a property that has tall weeds or saplings or seedlings, and they cut those down, we get an additional invoice in addition to the $65 because we have to pay for the removal of that additional items. The standard cutting fees in the RFQ, they're laid out by lot size, so they can increase from what was in this presentation. But if there's specialty equipment that needs to be used, or if you're getting into some of the more difficult properties, we get a separate invoice for time and equipment.
Right, okay, thank you. This doesn't fix my problem, so I'm gonna shut up. So, thank you, appreciate it.
I'll bring it back up under new business for you too, Alderman. Alderman Williams?
Yeah, so I'm kind of similar, but, so constituents, by the time they contact us, the aldermen, and say, hey, look at that grass, or go to such corner, and we go, it's already long. And what you're telling me, we operate by, okay, now we starting a process where we send them a letter, supposedly, and this 7-day process starts. This is why the constituents get aggravated with us. And it feels like we are not responding, or it's taking too long because we had bad process. And yes, I don't think we should wait till next year. We have to fix the process. We have to fix the policy and the process and not just sugarcoat it like we're getting ready to do. We need to make it effective so that they are feeling relief from what they reported to their alderman. Secondly, on this trustee situation, okay, I've grown to understand that they don't have responsibility. Yet when I type in that address, I get Sangamon County trustee. I don't get a name. That's bad policy then. Because what you're telling me, let me ask you a question. The letter that you send out, is it going to the trustee?
It's not.
So it's going to an empty house, or a house that's got a bad owner that has no responsibility. That's why they're involved, because he won't pay taxes, he won't cut the grass. We know this, but we still give them 7 days, and we still send this letter to that house, right?
When the housing inspectors get notification that it's owned by the Sangamon County trustee, we just put that on our list to go cut every 2 weeks.
No way to get our money back.
No. Not if it's owned by the Sangamon County trustee, the way that the state law is written.
So would that be fixed at the legislature, I guess?
Essentially, yes.
If we want to do something about it. So all of our manpower and money is going to the trustees. And how long is that process?
What do you mean?
When I'm paying somebody's taxes and I'm gonna eventually have that house, and it's something like 3 years or 2 years? Or?
Typically for the Sangamon County to get, the trustee, excuse me, to get title, it is on average, a 3-year process. And they put those lots up for bid every fall. So if nobody bids on them, it's possible that they could own it even longer than 3 years.
And it's the state law that's saying, set this up and they can bid on them, but they don't have to have any responsibility for the care of it because it's not theirs right now, right? But they removed the name of who should have the responsibility. It should still be on there so I can harass them or, deal with them.
If the Sangamon County trustee's name is on it, that person no longer owns it. The county trustee owns it.
Well, somebody's got to make somebody accountable then. We shouldn't just cut it for free. I just think that's bad policy, and that's another part. Again, this is so big that we probably will be years trying to fix it. I mean, I'm glad we are attempting to do this, but just those two questions alone. When the person's dead, so the county don't own it, the person's dead. What do you do?
To the extent that we know who the legal heirs or legatees of that deceased person are, we can notify them. But that's only if we know who that is.
Okay, so I'm talking several cases in Ward 3, because I can't speak for the other, where they've been dead for over 15 years. And their house is still there. The backyards are jungle, and some of them it's the case of that padlock stuff, that somebody padlocked it at one time and now. And then I do get the fronts cut sometime. But again, there are situations, that dead person, that when I go into the Pillsbury neighbor, I catch this. I get the dead people, I get the people in jail, I get the people in nursing homes. Are you sending a letter to the nursing home when the person that owns the home and is on the list is in the nursing home? If we rely on this system then, and we're sending this 7-day notice, is the person in nursing home getting it?
It goes to wherever the tax bill is going. So it depends on what the address for the tax bill is. And I would note too, that we do have the ability to do the publication for vacant lots and lots with unoccupied structures. We, historically, I forgive me that I don't know if we are still doing it, but I know historically, and by statute in our city code, that publication runs one time, as Alderman Carlson was saying. It runs one time at the beginning of the mowing season, and there's no specific 7-day, 5-day in there. Just once it's 10 inches or more, we can go cut it. And I saw Mayor nodding her head, since she used to be in the treasurer's office, they helped with that publication process.
Okay.
So I know it's been done in the past, but I apologize that I don't know if that was done this year. I have to assume so, but I don't know.
It was.
Okay. So we have a bunch of structures, I know in Ward 3, probably citywide, that need to be dealt with. I mean, they just been around too long, and the current process you're describing, and it's a good presentation, I've learned a lot, but it's not enough. And I guess as a council, we got to work on that. Thank you for your time and working on this issue.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderwoman Conley?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for this. I don't know if you're able to answer this question, I genuinely, but one thing that kind of jumped out at me is how did the city get into the position of mowing the trustee lawns? Because I will tell you, what I hear a lot is how much people pay in property taxes. And the city is not the biggest recipient of those property taxes. It's not a huge part of our budget, and yet clearly we're spending, again, time and our staff, our resources. Do you know how that happened, that we ended up holding that bag?
Sort of. I can't give you a full answer, but what I can generally provide you background-wise is I've been practicing law for 13 years, and I've been municipal law for that whole career. I had multiple clients when I was in private practice, and this is not a unique issue to the city of Springfield. It is essentially undertaken by every municipality because it's my understanding from what I've been told that we are in the best position legally to do that because we have the legal authority under the Illinois Municipal Code to do it.
Okay.
The county would have jurisdiction to mow, just county territory, so we have, in theory, jurisdiction within our corporate limits to mow all of those. Anything outside the corporate limits, legally, the county would have authority to mow those.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So thank you. I was just, it's interesting because, I hear that a lot. Like, how much I pay in property taxes? I'm like, I do, I understand that. It's just, that's, that burden is shared by all the taxing districts, agencies. So just wanted to know. Thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you. Alderwoman Purchase?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Katia, I just have a few follow-ups. So the one of four options for the notice of violation, you named a couple of them. I know when I worked at the state, we had a lot of complaints about where letters was going for people. Do we do something where they have to sign for it so we know that they got it outside of you putting a sticker on the door or the vicinity?
No, we are not required to send that via certified or registered mail. We could, but that's additional time and costs if they are forced to sign for it, but our code does not require them to sign for it.
So I'm thinking with how we basically cutting for free, that this may be something that we could implement to ensure that people are receiving these letters. And case in point, in my ward, I have like a lot of the commercial buildings, and I have it where we've had people kind of like living within those weeds, and me and Alderman Williams went out. It was the KFC, and I turned it into a joke, but not being too funny. It was as tall as me, the KFC. So, and one time there was somebody along the railroad that was kind of living inside of the grass too because it was so tall. How do we really address these commercial properties, and not to mention the railroad company, because they're not too good about cutting on the inside of their fence as well. Terrible. And they a big company, bigger than us.
Terrible.
Our code doesn't differentiate between residential and commercial. The rules apply evenly.
And those violations go to them as well.
Yes.
Okay, my second thing is, you said 40 contractors, right? Is there a limit on how many we can have?
Nope.
Is this typically how many we normally have every year, or has it increased in volume of getting more contractors?
From what I've been told by housing, it's gone up and down. We actually have more this year than we had last year. Last year, we were in the low to mid-20s.
Oh my gosh.
So the fact that we have 40 is a good thing. But I know that when I first started at the city, almost 6 years ago now, that we had closer to 50. And most of our contractors this year, it's my understanding that they're also newer. So I don't know if it was just a lot of contractors last year had retired or gotten out of the business or what the situation is, but there is no limit as to how many can get on our list.
I would encourage for all of us sitting around the horseshoe, but I know some of the inner city has a lot of the issues to promote this out to help bring in contractors so that we can have more on the payroll to go out and do this, because like you showed up there, over 400 properties and you got 40. They're not going to be able to get to all of this. And then we have the weather that we have to factor in too. So once you go out, you said, I think it's 48 hours that they got to do it once they get the address.
Yes.
But if it's snow, not snow, if it's rain and it's constantly raining, do that give them an excuse? Can they, how do you deal with that with weather conditions too?
Yes, that would be an extenuating circumstance that obviously we don't have any control over. Unfortunately, as much as I wish I could be Mother Nature, I don't have that power.
The crystal ball is what I always hear. And I think that's it. I'm going to follow up with you for more, but that was good clarification. I think we're moving in the right direction, but we do need to add to this. And as Alderman Gregory said, he kind of stole my thunder. I have a pretty high rate of seniors in my ward that gets help, and the Healthy Homes program are brought forward. It's a reason why some of them cannot get out there to do that, and we need to keep that in mind too for them. I'm not saying it excuses them, but we need to figure out something that could help it. It doesn't mean they just get away with it neither. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Alderwoman Notriano?
Thank you, Mayor. So to expand on Alderwoman's Purchase last comment here, so when we do that RFQ, does it close or can we leave that open all season for more people to come and be mowers?
It is currently closed, but we could look into whether we could leave that open. I
Yeah.
suspect that we probably can, but we'd need to confirm that.
I
But
would
the current one is
certainly-
closed, I can say
Okay.
that.
I would certainly consider leaving that open all season. And somebody might want to start a business. So, if our amendment, or not amendment, if our, ordinance passes tonight, can we publish this notice to everyone to let them know that like the rules have changed?
So when an ordinance passes, our clerk does publish it in what we call pamphlet form, where it's posted and publicly available. Obviously, we have the minutes and the agenda that are done afterwards, but we can look into whether there's other information that our communications department can push out.
Yeah, I think with something this big and potential impact on so many people that we should probably get it in the paper.
Alderwoman, are you looking for the public notice that they do at the beginning of the year? Is that what you're thinking?
Something like that, but to let them know that, hey, we passed this on Tuesday, the 19th, and things are different now with lawn requirements.
The public notice comes from Public Works, so Director Fuchs is back there, so he'll make note and can talk to his team.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a good idea for people if it passes. And so, so regarding all the county lots, so is there a way, can we add on, like when those lots are finally, lots or houses, whatever, are finally sold, can we add on the bill for maintenance?
We do not have that ability legally, no. Sorry.
There's nothing we can do to get that ability.
No. Oh, well, you can talk to your local legislator.
Oh, okay. Yeah, buckle up. They're right down the street, so. Yeah, okay. And so with regard to boulevards, could Good Samaritans or vigilantes mow?
Absolutely, that's actually something that happens frequently if the owners aren't taking care of it, or if there's not an HOA. There are certain neighborhood association or friends of whatever subdivision that do frequently mow those, yes.
Okay, that's good to know. Okay. All right, I think that answers all of, yes, thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Rockford?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This question you may be able to answer, but may go to Director Fuchs, but my question is this, when we send these contractors out, how many do we send out on a day, on a daily basis?
Ooh, that is a Dave question.
And how long do we keep them out? I mean, if we have areas that are needed, why not keep them in that area until we get caught up, so to speak, on certain violations or violators?
As the specific lots go through this process, a packet is put together of the location and what needs to be done. Those go into a basket. We call the contractor, and if there's 5 in there, they get 5. If there's 10 in there, they get 10. And we just work through it that way. We just go down the list, and when the basket is empty, it fills up again, and we call somebody else.
Okay, so it fills up, he takes 10 on a Tuesday, and he's got 10 to do. So then you get 10 more on Wednesday.
So we call another guy.
Call another guy.
The next guy on the list.
Okay, so we do it on a daily basis?
Yes.
We just don't keep people, we don't generate a list and see that it's in Ward 2 or Ward 3 or Ward 4? and go.
We have a list, and.
But I mean, are they all in the same area, or there's one in Ward 9?
These are in every ward of the city,
Okay,
sir.
that's my question is, why don't we try to get Ward 2, Ward 3, so you're sending contractors into one ward and getting stuff knocked out instead of going from
Because the complaints come in, if you will, willy-nilly.
well, I
don't get all the
understand that.
Yeah.
But I'm sure there's enough, if there's 400 or 2,000, I'm sure that you could pick them out and go Ward 2, and whether it comes in, a month before, it's a month process anyway to get the grass mowed. And so my question is why not gang up on an area and get it somewhat knocked out?
I understand, but as the complaints come in and as the inspectors go through their list, a packet is made, it's put into the basket, and it's what's available is given to the next person on the list.
Okay. And then, Katia, this is probably for you, but you were talking about locked, thank you, Director.
Dave, don't go away. I'll bring you back.
You were talking about the locked backyards. Now, I've gotten calls from people that they can see the 10-inch, the 6-foot tall weeds in the backyard because they're up on the deck and they're looking in the backyard. But our zoning, our inspectors say, well, if you can't see it from the street, then it's not a nuisance. Well, but the neighbor can see it over the fence. So what's a person do to get that mowed? You know, because our inspectors went out and said, you can't see it from the street. So what's a neighbor do? I mean.
The neighbor is always welcome to submit to the extent that our inspectors go out there, if they are tall enough or if they have anything to get them over the fence, they can take a shot, like a picture over the fence. The neighbors are also always welcome to submit pictures with their complaint showing that. We will always consider additional evidence.
Okay.
So.
Okay, because actually this is in Ward 8, and I received a call, and I know Alderwoman Conley has been on it, but I'm asking, you know, why does this keep going on? You know, the front yard's immaculate, but the backyard is a jungle. So, you know, I don't know what the process is it's been 3 months. So, anyway, thank you.
Alderman Hanauer.
Thank you. I think, and I agree with Alderman Rockford, I think if we've got 400, well, we got about 600 lots that we mow, that we know we continuously mow. So that's 15, if we have 40 contractors, about 15 per contractor. Do we give them 15 the same 15 lots and they just go around and do a continuous, that's their 15. And then what I would like to see is someone go out, and in the case where Sean showed us these pictures, have someone go out and say, all right, the first one you're going to get paid more because we want you to cut this down, and show them what trees they got to keep, because I'm sure a lot of the question is, okay, what's a real tree and what's a voluntary tree? And so you don't know, and they don't want to get in trouble, so they're not going to cut down anything they're not supposed to, right? I just think that we need to, you give them, you know, if my son had a lawn mowing business, give him 15. Every 2 weeks, these have to be mowed.
Yeah.
And keep them in the same area so that he's always in that area. He doesn't have to travel all over town. And then as you get the trouble ones, because it won't take long to do 15 lots. I mean, unless they're big lots. Especially if you're driving the lawnmowers like Sean drives at work. But I just think that that's something that we need to look at, maybe be a little bit more efficient on that. And then even if you had another contractor do all the new ones, you know.
The city and the county own ones, that is how it works.
Right.
So the 460 that we already know about that are city-owned and county trustee-owned, they're divided up evenly among.
And they have them, and that's theirs. Okay,
those are theirs for the rest of the year to
good.
mow every 2 weeks.
The only other thing I will say is, it looks to me, I don't know how many lots are actual city-owned, but we got too many lots. We got to get rid of some of these lots. And we've been, in the past, every time we wanted to go out for RFP, we wanted to know what people are going to do with the lot, what this and this and this. We got to get them off our books. If someone wants to get it, I don't care if they want a baseball field out there, so be it. But we got to get them where we're not managing them anymore. We can't do it. We can't do it. And it's just costing us money. And I think that I appreciate the presentation was really good. I appreciate it. I like what we're doing today. I think that the former system where we had to send a letter and wait 7 days every time was not manageable. You'd have to live in a desert not to know that in April you start mowing grass. And it's going to continue to grow until December. So it's got to be done. So thank you.
Alderman Donlin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Katia, thank you for this presentation this evening. I want to make a couple comments. I'm kind of going to be all over the board. I want to comment, first of all, a frustration that we have periodically at this horseshoe. We get complaints from constituents, and we turn it in, and Public Works is usually pretty good about addressing the concerns as fast as possible, I got to say. But what's frustrating to me is at times I'll ask the question, you know, when the neighbor asks, "What's the status?" It's been 3 weeks, Jim, and I go, "Let me check," and I'll check, and I get, well, we went out and talked to the owner, and they said they were going to do it. We didn't cite the owner, and we won't get into who, why, how, but what's frustrating to me when that happens is we haven't started the timeline that you referred to earlier. It's important to start the timeline. I know we only have so many housing inspectors, but it's got to happen to get the process moving along. That's one of my frustrations. And no, it doesn't take 8 days. That's absolutely not the way it works, and you know that. I mean, but regarding the trustee lots, you tried. I understand why we have 400 plus. It's, you know, about beautification of the city. We don't want 400 lots that are in the trust that we know aren't going to get mowed to just sit there and get worse and worse each day. I get that. But can you think about whether there's a way just because they're trustee lots, early in the season, we can start the other process where, and maybe I'm not an attorney, where we started the other process, we've given notice, we've given the, whatever it is, the 7 days, and we work in conjunction with the trustees. In other words, there's a way to put a lien on it, at least somewhat. It may be something worth looking into. I don't know. But if we just go the trustee lot, you're telling me just because a trustee has been appointed, we have no way of ever charging them?
Essentially, yeah.
Because when the trustee sells that lot, any lien we'd have would be extinguished. So all of this mowing, we could put a lien on it, but it would mean nothing because the trustee sale extinguishes that lien. It does not need to be, satisfied as a part of that tax sale.
So we're basically saying we want our city to look better, and this is the cost, and it's got to be well over $100,000 every year.
We're taking on the burden for the other taxing bodies as well.
Is there a way to share the cost with the other taxing bodies?
That would need to be a discussion with them. That would need to happen.
Okay, I would encourage that then. And then my next item is, I love the blanket notice idea that Alderman Carlson brought up. If it's been done before, let's do it. What would be the con of doing a blanket notice?
The only thing that I can think of is that state law does require us to give reasonable notice, which is why I believe our code only currently allows it for vacant and lots with unoccupied structures, because, you know, we're talking about deceased people. Like, you can't, that's not reasonable if they're deceased. We can look into what the city of Peoria has done and do our own independent evaluation, but to the extent that that is an occupied structure, like if for whatever reason, my house, I'm just gonna pick on myself, if my house got to be over 10 inches, I live there. Maybe, you know, I was just off in Florida taking care of a sick relative, you know what I'm saying? Like, that notice would still be reasonable because I live there. But I'm not saying it's impossible. We just need to look into it.
You're doing your job, and this isn't directed to you at all, because I trust your research. I think you're gonna come up with something, and Mr. Bordock, I know you as well, and yeah, if you could just look into it, that's all I ask.
Absolutely, always.
Then finally, I did want to say, address the new ordinance that is part of this, that's really what the presentation's all about. We've heard time and time again the frustration from this horseshoe about, why do I have to turn it in multiple times when it's recurring. This seems to address that issue. This restarting the timeline every time we get a complaint, it just isn't working, because what happens is the neighborhood has had to put up, and it's all over the place. It doesn't matter where, how many, one's enough, and the timeline starts over again, and it's very frustrating to the neighbors, and they don't deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Cox.
Finally.
I think that officially makes everyone.
Yeah.
I'm going to probably, pardon me, I'm going to kind of be all over the place as well. Even for something as what seems to be simple as grass cutting, there's somewhat of a due process we have to go through. We have to notify, we have to make sure that they are told that, hey, maybe they're just hermits and they don't ever look out their windows, hey, cut your grass, oh, sorry, right? So that's part of the process, right? I mean, and that's old law. There's nothing we can do about that.
Constitution, yes.
And I think this goes to what Alderman Williams said and what Alderman Donlin just said. I think it's been echoed, kind of all the way around. This is gonna get rid of that 7 days the second time. So we give them a shot across the bow the first time, and then the next time, we're just cutting your grass and we're gonna send you a bill, right? Okay, assuming it's occupied and we have somebody to send a bill to, of course. Okay, so that's what, I just wanted to kind of sum that up, I guess. These trustee lots, and apparently they can be sold.
Yes.
Somebody can put a bid in.
Yep.
There could be a bidding war, maybe. I don't know how that works exactly.
It's public
I hated property law, and that's been like almost 20 years ago. It has been 20 years ago, wow. Where's that money go? So I buy the lot for $25,000, let's say. Who am I writing that check to?
It essentially goes back to Sangamon County for those delinquent property taxes.
Okay, and then what does Sangamon County do with it? It just goes to property taxes?
Yes.
So it doesn't get divided up by all those other tax entities that you talked about earlier, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and that's where we need to call our legislators.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so that stinks. And that puts all of us municipalities in a bad spot. And like you said, it's not unique to Springfield. It's all across the state. That's kind of the way it works. Yeah, okay. What's going on down there? Okay, so thank you for that clarification, because I was a little bit confused there. As far as there was a question about certified mail, and at first I was like, that's a great idea, but then, and I'm not knocking you, I see what you're saying. Would it do us any good, though? Because anybody can sign.
And
Theoretically.
sometimes people
My housekeeper, I don't have a housekeeper for the record, but I just want to make that very clear. Somebody could sign, and the property owner doesn't necessarily know that it was signed for. I mean, I could have my dog walker. I don't have a dog walker either, for the record. Somebody could sign.
to sign, yes, they can refuse to sign.
Or
as well.
refuse to sign, but that doesn't mean that the actual homeowner or the property tax owner, or, that person doesn't necessarily get that notice.
Correct.
So, okay, and so we're gonna send the bill to the same person anyway, and even that person may not sign, so, okay. All right, and then, this was a lot. The locked fence thing, and this kind of, it stinks that we can't just, break the door open or break the fence open and go back there and cut the grass, but again, that's not on us so much as, that's constitutional law. We have a right to privacy. Everybody has a right to privacy if it's behind a locked door. Same reason we have to get a search warrant to go into somebody's house if we suspect them of a crime. It's similar. It's not exactly the same, obviously.
Same concept,
Very
yes.
different, level of evidence, but that's kind of where that comes from, right?
Correct.
All right. Thank you for the clarifications, and I appreciate it. I know this was a lot of work to put all this together, and thank you for kind of ending up in the middle of a debate.
I was here for zoning anyway.
Yeah, no, we appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you,
Alderman
Mayor.
Rockford?
Thank you. I'll make it quick. So when the gentleman sells the tax trustee sells this property, in order to recoup some of our money, we would have to sit down with all those other entities on that tax bill?
For the grass cutting?
Yes, for the money that
It wouldn't even be resolved through that. I think the better way to resolve it would be to talk to them about, we're mowing, X number of parcels. We take 5% of the tax bill, you take 70% of the tax bill, so we would apportion these costs. I think we do it on the front end, because on the back end, our lien is extinguished.
Okay.
So it's more, we would need to take a front end approach to it.
Right, okay, but more than 5%, let's go 10 or 20, when it comes that time. Okay, thank you.
Alderman Williams?
Yeah, real quick, Mayor, and so this is for the mayor, actually, and Director Fuchs. So we have 6 inspectors, 6 housing inspectors, and a zoning manager. We have, 4 or 5, okay, but they can't do any of this. So them 6, so empty buildings, like I got Walgreens and CVS and He has Hardee's and KFC, all of, you know, we've been having some people leave, so dollar stores, you know, Family Dollar. These empty buildings, are these same 6 people also responsible as, along with just all the housing? They're also got the buildings?
All structures, yes, sir.
Mayor, we'll have to talk about that at budget time or something, because, I mean, this is ridiculous. We're relying on 6 people to do all the housing and all these buildings. This is, again, a part of why our constituents think we don't react, and when we do react, we're very, very slow. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Thank you, Katia. We've finished presentations, so we're going to move into the zoning part of our meeting now. I'll make sure, are we okay right there? Okay. The next item on our agenda is docket number 2025-017 for the property located at 3041 Taylor Avenue. Alderman Williams?
Yeah, well, Mayor, for the sake of time, but for the sake of time, we're going to continue it. This probably be the last continuance if they don't get it done. We'll start over. Thank you.
So I have a motion to
Motion
continue.
to continue.
We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those nay. Alderman, it is postponed for another 30 days.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman. The next item on the agenda is docket number 2025-026 for the property located at 2025 South MacArthur Boulevard, Suite B. Petitioners are Lucy's Place LLC. The present zoning classification is B1 Highway Business Service District, Section 155.033. The requested zoning relief is conditional permitted use pursuant to Section 155.033C7 and Section 155.200 taverns, and a variance of Section 155.200A2 taverns to allow a tavern with liquor sales by the drink on a zoning lot which is located within 100 feet from the nearest lot on which there is a residence. Springfield, Sangamon County Regional Planning staff recommendation is approval provided that the tavern is limited to no more than 1,123 square feet in Suite B as stated on the petition and its exhibits, and 2, the hours of operation are limited to the hours specified by the city liquor license. Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation is accept the staff recommendation. The chair will now entertain a motion.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I move that we accept the staff recommendation for this this zoning case.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to accept the staff recommendation. Is there any discussion on this item from anyone here?
Just
Alderwoman Conley, go ahead.
Thank you. Just briefly, I just want to let everyone know, this is not a new liquor license. This is not a new license for a gaming facility. It's moving a facility from one location to a new location. So I just want to be real clear that we're not increasing the number of gaming facilities with this action. And I do encourage your votes in favor of this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Any further discussion from any alders? Seeing none, the voting will now be open. All those in favor of the motion will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the motion passes with 10 voting yes, none voting no. The next item on the agenda is docket number 2025-027 for the property located at 4200 Conestoga Drive. Alderman Hanauer? Is this yours? Oh, sorry, Alderman Carlson, are we going to move, is this?
We are gonna move
Keep
forward.
going? Okay. There's so many of them that are going to be held, I wanted to ask, so. I don't want to make everybody listen to me read it.
And I told Alderman Rockford it's not another chicken joint either, so.
Oh, no chicken, okay. The petitioners are Rhodes Development Company LLC. The present zoning classification is S2, Community Shopping and Office District, Section 155.031, and B1, Highway Business Service District, Section 155.033. The requested zoning relief is reclassification to a B1, Highway Business Service District, Section 155.033, and a variance of Section 155.320A, Commercial and Industrial District Sign Regulations, permitted accessory on-premise signs to allow a pylon sign to be constructed in the side yard adjoining a street right-of-way to which there is no direct access. The Springfield-Sangamon County Regional Planning staff recommendation is approval as submitted. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation is approval of the staff recommendation. The chair will now entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to accept staff recommendation for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to accept staff recommendation. Is there any discussion from the alders? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the motion passes with 10 voting yes, none voting no. The next item on the agenda is docket number 2025-028 for the property located at 924 South 13th Street. The petitioners are Walton Management and Associates Incorporated. The present zoning classification is R2, Single Family Residence District, Section 155.017. The requested zoning relief is reclassification to R3B, General Residence District, Section 155.018, and a conditional permitted use pursuant to Section 155.018C6 and 155.211.2, rehabilitation homes limited to 5 people, and a variance of Section 155.112, surfacing, related to the open off-street parking area and space to be constructed at the rear of the property to allow dustless millings and rock without requiring a wearing surface of asphaltic, concrete, or comparable hard surface. The Springfield-Sangamon County Regional Planning Staff recommendation is denial. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation is approval of a use variance for a rehabilitation home limited to 5 people and variance for the surfacing as requested in the petition for a period of 2 years. The chair will entertain a motion.
Can I ask a question first?
Sure. To Corporation Counsel, I would assume? Is that right, Alderman?
Or whoever can answer. Why do we have to wait 2 years to get this paved?
That might be the zoning. John Harris, do you want to answer that?
The request was, the petitioner requested that, and Mr. Pavlik is here to discuss.
Mr. Pavlik, sir, why we gotta wait 2 years? Why can't we wait, get it done in a year?
Pardon?
Why can't we get the pavement faster?
Glenn, I think it's primarily a cost thing. Glenn's going to be putting, this is Glenn Walton behind Options Outreach.
Glenn, help me out. We trying to, you know what we trying to do in our community, bro. And I trust that you will do it, but 2 years is too long. We gotta get it done.
Kind of the precedent has been lately to give petitioners 2 years. I mean, we asked to be allowed to put rock down and not have to put dustless. And the response from planning and zoning was, as we've done with everyone else, we'll give you 2 years. Can you live with 1 year?
I sure can.
So then I would think the motion would be to accept planning and zoning recommendation, but have 1 year instead of 2 years.
Absolutely. Murdoch, what do I need to do?
So you would make a motion to approve the use variance for a rehabilitation home limited to 5 people, and a variance for the surfacing for a period of 1 year.
Thank you.
Instead of the 2 years as requested.
I approve the use variance with 1 year to get the back pay.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to take the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation of the use variance approval for the rehabilitation home limited to 5 people, and then a variance for the surface parking as requested for a period of 1 year. That's a motion and a second. Any discussion from the alders? Do you have anything you would like to add, sir, since you're standing at the podium?
No.
Okay. So the voting will now be open. All those in favor of the motion, please vote yes. All those opposed, please vote no.
I'm clicking yes.
So Alderman Cox, you vote yes. Would that be correct?
There it goes.
Okay. And the motion passes with 10 voting yes, none voting no. Thank you both very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is docket number 2025-029 for the property located at 1921 Lowell Avenue. The petitioner is Tiffany Elking. Alderwoman Notriano, are we going to
Mayor,
continue with this?
I move that we continue this until our September 16th meeting.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to continue to the September 16th meeting. Any discussion? I don't think so. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Thank you, Alderwoman. The next item on the agenda is docket number 2025-030 for the property located at 223 North MacArthur Boulevard, Parcel 1, and 1000 and 1004 West Jefferson Street, Parcel 2.
Wait,
Alderwoman Notriano.
huh?
Alderwoman Purchase, sorry. My apologies.
MacArthur Boulevard going on here.
There is a lot of MacArthur Boulevard going on here. The other side, though, so Alderwoman
Madam
Purchase.
Mayor, I move to continue this for 30 days to September 16th.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to continue this to September 16th. Any discussion from the council? We do have 2 people before you take your voice vote that signed up to speak. Conrad Knoll, are you here, Mr. Knoll?
I don't see him.
No?
Mr. Null indicated that since it was going to be.
He would not come? Okay. And then George Gockenauer, is George Gockenauer here? Would you like to speak, sir, on this, even though it's going to be?
No, it's the next one on the docket.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Okay, gotcha. So then that's all that we had signed up to speak, so we will postpone this to September 16th. All those in favor of the motion, please say yes. Or aye. Those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. The next item on the agenda would be item number, get to my notes here, 2025-031 for the property located at 3245 Old MacArthur Boulevard, Parcel 1, and 3313 Old MacArthur Boulevard, Parcel 2. Now, Alderwoman Nutria.
Yes, Mayor, I move that we continue this until September 16th meeting.
Okay, so we have a motion to continue to September 16th. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, and before we go to the citizens, is there any discussion from the alders on that item? Okay, Mr. Gockenauer, would you like to come up and discuss this item?
Good evening. My name is Bill Gokenauer, and I'm here to speak in opposition of granting I-1 and S-1 zoning with or without variances and R-1 zoning with variances at 3245 and 3313 Old MacArthur Boulevard. We provided all of you with outlines, maps, and photos showing the current zoning in the area and the variances that the petitioners have asked for. This is the same material that was presented to the zoning board on July 16th, who they recommended denial of the zoning I-1, stating I-1 was too intense for the area. City Code 155.216, Section 3 states, the variance, if granted, will not alter the essential character of the locality, impair adequate supply of light and air to adjacent property, increase the congestion of traffic, or diminish or impair property values in a locality. Granting of the zoning that the petitioners have requested will most certainly violate city code with the increased air pollution from idling diesel vehicles, strobe lighting on pickup trucks and loading equipment, backup alarms at late evening and early morning hours of operation. They also have deliveries from suppliers that have had difficulties backing into their lot. Old MacArthur was never designed for semi-truck traffic, and it's actually a dead-end street. I've had a realtor tell me that the I-1 zoning, with or without the variances, and primarily R1 neighborhoods would decrease the number of people that would have an interest in buying the property in close proximity to such zoning. And please remember that the immediate area is over 90% R1 zoning. Therefore, we are asking for your consideration when voting on this important zoning request. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With that, any other discussion from alders? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to hold till September 16th, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. This now concludes the zoning portion of the meeting, so thank you all for that. The chair will recognize Treasurer Redpath Fager for the presentation of the financial report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Treasurer's report for the fund of the month of July, beginning balance is $61,623,749. Total receipts, $13,683,692. Total disbursements for the month of July is $12,395,876, which left the corporate fund ending balance at $62,914,565. The ending general fund balance includes $9,529,126, which is the ending balance for the ARPA money in July. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the financial report.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The chair is also going to recognize the Budget Director, Metzger. Are there any questions on the OBM contract report that was emailed out to you? Seeing none, we will move on. The chair will entertain a motion to dispense with the reading of the minutes of the August 6, 2025 regular city council meeting and approve the minutes.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The chair will entertain a motion to dispense with the reading of the minutes of the August 5th, 2025 special city council meeting and approve those minutes.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The chair will entertain a motion to incorporate the pre-council first reading of ordinances into the record of this council meeting.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. The chair will entertain a motion to incorporate the pre-council reading of the consent agenda into the record of this council meeting.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Alderman Gregory.
Yes, Mayor, on 2025-322, I had requested some information from the study that we're actually paying for on that, before we put it on consent, any information?
Oh, the UIS contract, you want info on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They did a study, we're gonna pay for it. If we're gonna pay for it, we should,
Yeah, and I think that was sent to the purchasing agent, so we can get that to you. Yeah. Well, Director Metzger, she'll send an email to the purchasing agent for you, sir.
my other question is on 324, and this is just a general question. We're gonna approve this TIF for downtown, to the developer. Do you have any timeline on when you're ready to start? May I ask?
You can, do you want the developer to come up to the microphone,
Sure,
Alderman? Yeah, if you would, please. Thank you. His question, I don't know if you heard, was do you have a timeline on when you want to start your project?
Yes, I've already started it, and I'm going pretty quickly on it. Really, I'm waiting on this for the sprinklers. The sprinklers are the next step.
Okay.
So as soon as he gets those done, then the renovations on the second and third floor will go really quickly. I'm hoping to have it occupied before the end of the year, and then I'm going to actually move my business in.
Thank you.
I'm hoping to be in next month.
Okay. Thank you. I
And I'm gonna
appreciate
occupy it while I'm finishing the renovations because I'm really busy right now, so.
I understand. I was asking because we approve a lot of projects. We want to see them get going. We don't want them sitting on the shelf and,
Yep.
pondering. We want them to get going and be successful in that. So,
Yep,
thank
yeah,
you.
so I've got everything that I can pay for. Everything is either already purchased, ordered, or scheduled. The union contractors are all lined up.
Nice.
The window company's just waiting on this approval, and then they'll start building them. They said it's a 6-week lead time. So as soon as this is approved,
Appreciate you.
6 weeks later, the windows will be in. And with the exception of some of the historical stuff, like the bottom of the facade and some of the stuff that's gonna be historically
Take a
correct,
little longer.
I should have, well, my construction loan's due by May 26th, so
All right.
everything has to be done, and I have to refinance my portion into a conventional commercial loan by May 26th of 2026.
We appreciate your support and the interest of downtown. I was just asking a general question because we want to see you be successful and get started on it. So thank
I
you.
appreciate that, and I
All right.
thank you guys for your support in this, so, and hopefully, maybe I can do some more other projects downtown in the
All
future,
right.
so,
Thanks, Mike. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Alderwoman Conley.
Thank you, Mayor. Mine's a much shorter question or comment. I just need to be marked as present for 2025-316.
316.
316, it's a,
Alderwoman Conley is a present vote on 316.
because I work at DNR. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the consent agenda? All right, seeing none. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The chair is now going to entertain a motion to place this consent agenda on final passage.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? Alderwoman Conley, are you done?
No, I just had, sorry, I just.
Okay,
had
you're good.
parentheses.
The voting will now be open then. All those in favor of the motion will please vote yes. All those opposed will please vote no. And the motion passes with 10 voting yes, none voting no. Agenda items 2025-247 and 2025-281 remain tabled or in committee. The next item on the agenda is item number 2025-321, an ordinance amending Chapter 170, Division 6 of the 1988 City of Springfield Code of Ordinances as amended pertaining to registering repeatedly cited properties. The chair will entertain a motion to place agenda item number 2025-321 on final passage.
Motion to hold in committee.
Second.
So do we want to take a roll call vote? I have a motion to hold in committee. Since we're not probably going to vote on this, Alderman Redpath, I'm sorry, Clerk Redpath, I've done that twice tonight, my apologies. Can you take a roll call vote on the motion to hold in committee?
Can I discuss why I would move to hold it first?
Not until I've called for the vote, right?
He's allowed to discuss it unless
Okay.
there's a call to question, which is
Okay.
voted on.
Go ahead, Alderman.
Sure. So I asked to hold this process as it pertains to a hot topic that we've talked about for a long, long time since I've been on this council, and we received several correspondences from our inner city neighborhood associations, staff who work for us, and I think there needs to be more public input to something that is so public-facing. There's nothing wrong with public input. This is a democracy, not a dictatorship. We should welcome those voices and then move ahead. That's my comments. Thank you.
Okay, Clerk Redpath, please.
Alderman Cox?
No.
Alderman Gregory?
Aye.
Alderman Williams?
Aye.
Alderman Rockford?
No.
Alderwoman Natriano?
Aye.
Alderman Carlson?
No.
Alderwoman Conley?
Aye.
Alderman Donlin?
No. Ready.
Alderman Hanauer?
No.
There you have 5 noes and 4 ayes.
Is Alderwoman Burgess allowed in that vote?
Was that a recusal or?
Yes.
Okay, so you recused yourself from voting? Okay. So the motion fails with 5 noes and 4 yeses then.
Mayor, I make.
Alderman Hanauer?
Have we gone to final on this? I make a motion that we adopt amendment number 1. Time for that yet, or is it?
Right, so the motion failed, so the ordinance as presented is on the floor, so now would be
Motion
that
for the
time.
Make a motion, we adopt amendment number 1.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt amendment number 1 on the ordinance.
to
Alderman
explain.
Hanauer, do you want to explain the amendment?
Yes, ma'am. I was out, Mr. Griffin and I were out about a month ago and ran into a bunch of our inspectors going to inspect a house. And one of the things they were talking about is we've got some landlords with a lot of property. And they mentioned one landlord that's got 10 properties at the same time in the admin court. And they said, that's something, if you can do something about that, and I knew, I was like, okay, that's something we can look into. And so, what I'm proposing is that if we have an owner that gets 3 properties at the same time, different properties on the admin court that are cited under admin court, that we're going to fine them $2,000 a property for those properties. That's from 3 to 4. When they go 5, we're going to fine them another $5,000 for those properties. And when they hit 6, they have to register all the rest of their properties. They go on this registry. Because it seems apparent that if they're a bad landlord like this, where they have multiple properties and they're on there, that we need to show them, the only thing that's going to hit them is money. So that's basically it. So thank you.
Thank you for explaining your amendment. So we have a motion and a second for the amendment. Alderman Hanauer explained the amendment. We're getting to discussion, and I'm going to lead the discussion to explain, because I'm not part of the committee, so no one got to hear from me as a sponsor of this ordinance last week. So I'm going to speak since I'm part of the council. This is twofold why we're doing this ordinance, and Alderwoman Notriano, you hit the nail on the head with your first question last week. You said, I see that this separates chronic nuisance properties from chronic nuisance ordinance violations. That is a huge reason why I've requested this. At the legislative session this spring, there were multiple discussions in the House and the Senate to not allow municipalities to have chronic nuisance ordinances. At the city of Springfield, our current chronic nuisance ordinance combines housing with policing activities. If we do not separate that and that bill passes, you will not be able to go after any housing violations. So I am trying to separate it with this ordinance, and you pointed that out last week, so thank you. That is part of why this is happening, to protect us to be able to go after housing or commercial property violations. So number one, that was the first step. The second step is, this is not a landlord registry. People are trying to liken it. I've had aldermen call me and say, is this a landlord registry? It is not. It is for cited properties. It says at the very beginning of the ordinance, any property. So it cannot be a landlord registration, because I own my house I live in. I don't have a landlord. Many of you own the home you live in. Alderman Cox has talked about a Hardee's on Toronto Road that is a thorn in his side. Alderman Carlson has talked about a Hardee's on Wabash Avenue that is a thorn in his side. That is not a landlord situation. It is owned by a commercial developer. This ordinance applies to any property in our community. So it doesn't matter if it's your house, it doesn't matter if it's a commercial property, if it's apartment buildings, as the alderman and I have been fighting Old Town, you've been fighting your Valley Vaughan. Any property in our community is affected by this, so it is not a landlord registry, so do not get that confused. What this does is it allows us to go after people who do not take care of their property, regardless of the type of property, in a more aggressive fashion, which is what I'm hearing that people want to see us do. One of the things that did not get highlighted last week that I want you to know about is in page 2 of it. It literally says, there will be a hearing on the property's designation as a cited property, and the hearing shall be limited to the issue of such designation and shall not include consideration of any other matter or alleged violation. So what that means is, they will have a hearing just to come to the hearing officer and have the hearing officer say, why are you not taking care of the Hardee's on Toronto Road? Why are you not taking care of the property? They don't talk about the violations. It is a specific hearing just about why are you not taking care of your property. That is not a luxury or discussion we currently have with anyone. So it allows us that possibility. In addition to what I'm hearing from everybody is all these LLCs. Alderman Williams talks about the LLCs all the time. So the ordinance states that every owner, anyone who is part of an LLC, a limited liability corporation, must be named during the cited property registration process. So we will know every person that's in charge of it. So I'm just trying to listen to people speak about our problem properties, all problem properties, not specifying just landlords. And that's why I don't think the landlord association really needs to be involved in this, because it could be any property. You could be not taking care of your own home. So that's what this does. So thank you for your amendment. I don't have a problem with your amendment. You're trying to go after people with multiple violations, multiple properties. He's going to make them list all of them then. I'm fine with that. I'm just trying to listen. So I just wanted you to know the highlights of what I was trying to do by listening. Alderman Gregory.
Yes. No, thank you. I have my clicker, my presentation
Do we have
ready.
pictures or a clicker for Alderman
Please.
Gregory?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It will help me get to what we really need to talk. So, these are properties from all over Ward 2. That first one was on 11th Street. The second one was on 11th Street. These are properties we ride past every day. So within this, we're not proactive still. Within this ordinance, Mayor, we're still not proactive. We need to be at least half proactive, if anything, if not full-fledged proactive. Because if we again have to just wait on the neighbor who takes care of her yard to the next, the first one, She has repeatedly, and this is close to Harvard Park, we just had an issue on 7th Street in the other end of Ward 2, and they got immediate attention. I don't feel like I should have to call you or one of the citizens should have to call you to get immediate attention on something like that. Grass may have been cut by us at some point in time within the last 2 years, I'm sure of it, but as we see, look at that. Number 2, this house here, and I should have got a better picture of it, it's on 11th Street also. We all pass by it every day. Our inspectors pass by it every day. Public Works pass by it every day. Everybody passes by this every single day, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. We know about it. It's written up. Not doing anything about it. Can we go to the next one, please? Please. This one's on 8th Street. This top one here, it's on 8th Street. I just sent it in, talked to our housing department. They said, well, we boarded it up. Yes, it's boarded up, but look at the grass. Property next to it looks nice. It's great. This is a big lot on Carpenter Street, right by our brand new, what we're trying to do with the railroad and all this cute stuff. We've had to see that. So if we're not going to be proactive in what we do, then this is not going to work. Next slide. We picked that up recently because I sent it in, finally, after 3 weeks. It's been sitting out there. The house sitting there to the south of it, it's a mess. So again, if we're not proactive, it doesn't matter. People get tired of calling it in. I'm tired of calling it in. And the other 100 houses. Next slide. This is here. You see our car? You see our truck? He ain't riding by it to do nothing about it. Or she. They're riding by it and just keep going. I sent that in 30 times. Not literally 30. Let me say that for somebody to say I'm lying. Many times I've sent this same issue in. Is this not this is terrible for somebody to live next to and have to deal with this every time it rains. Across the street, brand new high school with brand new cute, nice football field, all of those things. But this is what we got to live under. This is our fault. This is things that we got to take care of. Nobody else's fault. Next slide, please. Look at this. This is on the south side of my ward. The gentleman has been calling. I've sent this in at least 5 times to deal with. The last response that we talked about was, well, there's a couple things going on. No kidding. The alley, that's the alley of it. That's the alley of it. It's hanging over the fence. It's about to break the fence down. We won't have to worry about breaking the fence down to get in there. The leaves and the shrubs. This is what I'm talking about. When we send somebody to cut this, they're going to cut it. But what about everything else? We have to have somebody do that and say, hey, we would also like you to finish this out. If it takes you a week to do it, bill us and we'll pay you. Next one. This is the guy, one of the people's yards next to it. Look, see how nice that is? But look what he has to look at. It's breaking down the fence. So again, it's not what's in our ordinances. It's us doing them. It's us executing and having the people to execute them, which we're not doing. For whatever reason, I'm tired of it. This is ridiculous. Is that my last slide?
You have one more.
Another house I've sent in. Look at all that trash piling up behind there. Looks like they have trash. They got trash cans, but no trash pickup. And on and on and on. This is Ward 7. This is how many complaints you got out there in Ward 7. It's not a big deal out there. It's, you know. Next slide. This is Ward 2. 2,900 complaints on 605 parcels. So I feel like when I talk about housing or when I want to interject myself, this amendment that you're doing, it would have been nice that you called me and say, hey, Sean, I'm thinking about putting this amendment in. But y'all want to put it in to poke your chest up like y'all got a problem out there. It's one.
Alderman, please direct your comments to the chair.
Mayor, is 1 with 2,900, 890 Ward 5, 812 Ward 6, 670 over in Ward 3, 4. Even these two, 9 and 10 got more than Ward 7 and 8. So the priority of us executing has to be in our most struggling areas. There's no way that we can continue to sit on 2,900 complaints on 600. This stinking thing hasn't moved for whatever reason since we came out with it. I talked to my zone, he's like, well, teach people to use click, fix, and all this picture stuff. But it doesn't matter how many times we turn it in. We cannot execute to get the stuff cleaned up. And that is what, zone managers is fine. They can go around and they can talk, they can pacify the people, but they can't do no work. They can't even write it up. They just pacify them, say, oh yeah, we're gonna do it. If it's serious enough, and maybe I got it wrong. My zone manager work hard too. He turns stuff in, Mayor, but he don't get a full bounty of people to go over and check on this house, like we just did on 7th Street when you was contacted by somebody else. That's the respect that we have to get on the east side. Our own city lot, our own city parking lot on South Grand. A branch that I cut when I had to cut it, is still sitting there. That property is ours. It's City of Springfield's property. It should be maintained like this grass out here, which could be better, but it should be maintained like that. All the voluntary trees around that fence, they need to be cut. It's our property and every other property. The South Grand. I don't know why they didn't. Maybe Dave can answer this, but I don't know why they didn't put concrete on the slope. Who's gonna cut it? Brand new. One side looks good, the other side looks raggedy. Weeds all up here. I know we see it, but we're not cutting. We have to be proactive. So we can do this. We can do anything we want, but if we don't execute it, it won't matter. Just like all the other orders. If we don't execute it because it's the east side, if we don't execute it because I'm up here saying something about it, it won't matter. Thank you.
You have pictures of where everybody's spot. There's no addresses on these. If you would provide the addresses. we could
They
turn-
have them. They've been sent in time and time and time again. Maybe if we be proactive and go throughout the neighborhood and start writing things up that need to be done, then I won't have to send in 3,000. I'm tired of sending that stuff in. I'm tired of it. Behind St. Martin's, Dave, I talked to him. It is fly dumping, my friend. It is fly dumping. So we got to go get it, unfortunately. So I'm tired of sending thousands of complaints in. This is what we're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars, $90,000 to people to do. We come up here supposed to vote on policy and change policy to make it work, not go out and be an inspector. If that's the case, give me a car. I'll go do it. I'll go out. I'll write them up. But again, I can't write nothing up just like the zone manager can't. So again, our communities won't get better until we execute these things. Yes, we want workers, but guess what? Inspectors and all this workers, it's gonna be tight, buddy, to get someone like that. We should have been doing things. We don't need zone managers. Nice guys should have left them where they were at. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Alderwoman Notriano.
Thank you, Mayor. So I would say that regarding the amendment, I feel like six properties that have to be cited is far too high of a bar. I think by the time we get to like 3, that's a pattern. And I think we should hold people accountable earlier rather than later. And I would just like to say to Alderman Gregory's point, last week I brought up an inoperable vehicle that I had turned in January to the zone manager that he had entered into City Works, that inexplicably the ticket was closed out and the car was left in the condition that it was in months before, and is still in to this day. So there's some breakdown in, I don't know if it's communication or the workflow, but I do fear that this change, and absolutely, I've been following the discussion at the legislature as well on chronic nuisance ordinances. And, you know, I'm probably gonna have to hold my nose in and vote for this, even though it's not what I want or what I think is going to necessarily get us where we need to be. Yeah, it's just, it's good that we separated it out, but we can't make any promises on this. And I would say that this amendment, if we really wanted to give it some bite, we would decrease the number of cited properties to get those ratcheted up fines to get people's attention. And then I would also say, I understand due process, and maybe we could separate this out by commercial properties to be more fair to residents who are lower income or maybe elderly and can't take care of their properties as well. But I think handling administrative court one issue at a time, we're tying our hand behind our back. We just saw photos of properties that have, I can't even imagine how many issues, probably all, how many are on the list? All 21, you know? And so if we could get people's attention sooner, that would be good. I don't think we're in a situation where we can give some of these problem property owners the benefit of the doubt, especially commercial properties. It's impossible to explain to constituents, you know? So I think that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. So, you know, I'm really against this, but again, the legislator, the moves they made, I think that was very smart of you, what you're doing and what you're proposing, which kind of moves me to say I got to vote for this, but it doesn't address longevity. I think it's unfair. I fight with constituents constantly about why is that house tore down now and we still looking at this one? Fuchs, the one before Fuchs, I can't think of it. Nate. None of them can never say why we don't just have a list, 1, 2, 3, 4, and go down the list. I deal with Katia. She thinks that legal mind stuff. Well, Alderman, they got rights. You got to give them this. You got to let them this. Then when we win, oh, you got to give them this many more days. I'm so frustrated with this situation, even though I feel our attempts and I feel what we're trying to do. But if we don't do things more fair, longevity, people happen to live across the street next door to houses 30 years in Irisdale, 30 years before I got that yellow house down. The red brick building on South Grand and Wheeler.
It's down.
Huh? It's down now. But look just begging and crying and fussing and wearing Director Fuchs and you know, just on and on and on. Our process is up here, people. I don't know why we can't start with the oldest and then get to the newest. It is unfair for you to live next door to some sort, and that's nothing, Sean. I mean, it's a complaint, but I can show you Pillsbury and show you something much, much more worse. And thank God for Chris Richmond and moving Pillsbury forward, because when we get the update, I have had some successes in demolitions, but I still got some horrific, horrible situations in the Pillsbury area. Those houses we should be disgusted that we are sitting here and those houses have been there for years in those conditions. We're much worse than what they show. Ain't nobody that put anything on that board got nothing worse than them jungles in the backyard at Pillsbury, and some of them don't even have locks on the back. It's just horrible. But I will give the credit to Public Works. We have started against some demolitions. I recently got the updates. I appreciate it. I know it's hard, everybody. I know it's hard. But I hit it on the head earlier when we talked about 6 inspectors in the whole city plus all the commercial buildings. I mean, we got some work to do in these areas. And I'll just say because of longevity, not doing things in a fair way, is the reason why I see a lot of Ward 3, I have 670. The properties, it fluctuates based on how many I can get tore down, but it never goes past 10 or 12. That's an indication we don't have enough help, enough workers, a big enough department. I don't know what it is, but it's worse than what you saw up there on that board, much worse. And I just, probably I'm gonna vote for this because it just makes sense to do that, just to take care of what the legislator might do, because we don't want to lose that. We always want to be able to do what we have to do as aldermen, but we have really got some work to do on some of these ordinances and policies, and right now I think what we're doing is pretty weak. Thank you.
Alderman Gregory?
Yes, just my final comment for today is, this whole issue, I won't lie. All right, I won't say it's the last one for me.
Come on.
But this issue, y'all, on a serious note, this issue for us at the council and us as a city, it has been studied by some of the smartest people in the country. We had a Harvard Bloomberg fellow that came here, and both of them made some great recommendations. Some we do. The nudge letter, that was within there. So we do some of those things, and I think that we need to go back to that. We need to look at that. It's been studied for us before. It's been done before, and then put some of those things. One of the items that I'm looking at is automatic workflows, and instead of manual emails between housing and building inspectors, introduce a new system to make that flow better. So some good stuff in there. We need to go back to it. We need to review that, and that's what I'm going to look at bringing forward is changing some of those in that policy from people that are way smarter than us to try to really affect our community. Ralph, Alderman Hanauer, I'm with after so many, but I think 5 going to 6 is too much. I'm with Jennifer. 3, because we have to think about it, right? They get Jesus.
Mayor?
On 3 houses, hold on, you're gonna get a chance. On 3 houses.
3 people signed up to speak.
On 3 houses. On the first house, they get 7 days to fix the issue. And up to 21 days to fix the issue. 3 times on 1 house. They got how many violations? 2. It says multiple, it's not defined, but I would say 2 or 3. So that means they've had close to 70 days to fix these problems on 1 house. Okay, fine. Second house, the same time frame. 3, so we want to let them get to 5 houses before we say, all right, enough. We need to pay attention to you. You're a bad owner. We got to let 6 different sets of families suffer under this one owner who has proven to us that he cannot get it done. I think 3 times, and then we start looking at all your properties. We're not going to find too many like that are that irresponsible. But the ones that are that irresponsible, they are hurting our city. They are hurting the people who are living in these houses. And another thing I think we must include, if you make it to this registry and we have to move somebody like we had to do out at Old Town, we charging you that too, because we had to pay and use our money to move folks. Charge them that too. Those are 2 amendments that I'm definitely going to make, because there's no way that the owners of Old Town should get away with us spending $500,000, not only to tear it down, but another, how much we spend, Ms. Metzger moving the folks, or where's Ethan? How much did we spend moving the people from Old Town?
So that actually, I guess, will be included in what we pay for the continuum of care. They partner with us on that, as we do anytime we have a situation where we have a problem landlord or a bad property owner, and the residents or the tenants are put in a terrible situation of no fault of their own. So that didn't actually cost any additional taxpayer money, because they have grant funds for homelessness prevention and for rapid rehousing. But because we do pay to continue to partner with the continuum of care, that is one of the services that they help provide And there's no way we could have relocated all those people without their help.
No, I appreciate you. I agree with that, but that makes it even worse. So now we took, how many people we had to move?
There were 4 units and a total of, I don't want to
Just give me a rough
the
estimate.
wrong figure,
Give
but
me a
it was,
rough.
it was, if you have 4 different buildings and there's roughly 20 units in a building, even if only half of those are occupied, it's a lot of people.
40 people took up funding, 50 people, 60 people took up some funding that should have been out into our homeless people
Yes.
because of this building owner. We want our money back.
Agree.
We should, if you make it to this list and we have to move the tenant out, we shouldn't pay for it. They shouldn't pay for it. They should pay for it because it's your house. They shouldn't have to move because of health, life, safety issues that we had to move them out because they shouldn't live in a house like that. So, thank you, sir. I appreciate you. But things like that have to be added. Yes,
I
ma'am.
know you're done, so I'm just going to make a point of clarification. We can make an amendment to Amendment 1, but only one time.
Sure.
Otherwise, we have to have additional amendments. So if you are all okay, I would rather everyone speak, and then if you decide you want to amend it, but that's what the rules are, so that we can all have the discussion. Is that okay?
Absolutely. No doubt. I want to do it right.
Thank you. Alderwoman Conley.
I'll just real quickly, I'm going to assume Alderman Hanauer, you're fine with dropping this number.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'm good. I was
Make
gonna,
the amendment till we're done with the discussion, though, please.
well, I'm not proposing one. I'm just saying, I'm okay with even like maybe 4, split the difference. And then,
Deal.
you know,
Split it.
but
Yeah.
it's whatever. Let's do it.
Alderwoman Conley, I'm going to let you continue.
So I'm just going to say, so instead of, because I agree, absolutely. I'm tired of hearing from residents who are living in subpar housing. Housing is such an intimate need for everybody. And we've let, and I know, Mayor, I appreciate your distinction. This is not a landlord. It does apply to all
This
properties, and I
conversation is all
love that this hits commercial properties too, because they get neglected, and we have plenty of examples. But really, at the core of this, what we're talking about these multiple properties, we're talking about landlords. And I think we should drop it down significantly also. I would think, even at the third cited property, third separate property that's gone through this process, multiples violation process, at that point, you jump to the 5,000 and we want all of your lists, everything's listed. So that would be my suggestion for a potential amendment. I do want to emphasize, because this has kind of come up a couple of times tonight with concerns about lower income homeowners, and because this does apply to every property, I want to emphasize we do have a citywide, the ordinance that I brought forward to help people outside of TIF zones. I am working on some changes to that program to make it truly citywide, because even like with the cannabis zones, that's a once a year kind of a situation. So I think, I do think there needs to be that tempered with compassion in this. We do have homeowners. I mean, that's where this came from for me. I had a low-income homeowner who had soffit issues, whose gutters were hanging. I mean, clear violations, things that come on this list. She was on a fixed income and not able to fix them. So I do want to assure everybody, we need to bring a bigger hammer with this ordinance. And Mayor, I think this is a fabulous idea, and I love that we're taking this step. But I also want to let everyone know that I am working to bring forward some amendments to that program to make it truly more citywide, so that everyone, who doesn't have access to other TIFs, the TIFs get in there. But if you don't have that, it's going to be a much broader program. And Alderman Gregory, we've talked about some of the changes that were made within those TIF programs to kind of reflect that maybe not everyone can make 50-50, and we need to include some scales for that too. So while I'm very supportive of upsizing the hammer and decreasing the number of properties that get you onto this wide list, I also want to assure this council and this community that I am looking to bring forward a more broader amendments to make that citywide ordinance and to provide those supports to people who, because we want to keep people in their homes. We want to keep people in their homes. We want to keep those homes safe. And we want to make sure that even our older residents are able to continue to be part of their neighborhoods and contribute to the neighborhoods. I have a lot of neighborhoods in my ward where people are, they're in older homes, people have lived there for a long time, and we want to make sure that the quality of those neighborhoods stay solid. Alderwoman Purchase, I used to live on the north end, and
Larry's the north end.
and that was one of the starting principles behind the Lincoln Park Neighborhood Association, is my neighbors and I wanted to make sure that we secured this older neighborhood to stop the kind of slide and stop the kinds of issues that unfortunately continue to be rampant across the city. So I am, Alderman Hanauer, I'm very much in favor of dropping this number down. I would say the third property. If you're good with that, I think, let's bring the hammer. We're all tired of dealing with
Let
this.
everyone talk before we pick.
Oh, no, I'm
only one amendment.
I'm expressing support. I think we drop it down to 3. We bring this bigger hammer and make sure that people understand maintaining your property, whether you live in it yourself or not, is a critical part of your contribution to our community. And we need to emphasize the importance of this. So, thank you, Mayor.
Alderwoman Purchase.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to ask Alderman Hanauer a question, but I did want to just say something. Thank you for the clarification about the reason that you brought this forward, but then as I listen to my colleagues, everything is still based around landlord. Every question that's brought up, the amendment that's coming forward, because homeowners not living in 4 or 5 houses within the city.
Commercial property owners might, like the Hardee's owner might have multiple properties, so.
And so you were asking about that, so I just wanted to, where is those funds going to? So you said 2,000, 2,000, 5,000. I think that's what I heard, but I just want to make sure I heard it right.
Well, can I respond?
Absolutely.
Well, if we would take it to 3, what I would propose is we raise that to 5,000, and then 5,000. I don't care if to me, if you have more than that, you're going to get registered, but we ramp it up for every one they have. I think there's one on there that might have like 10 in the admin court right now, 8 or 10.
That's what you said.
An owner, you mean?
To me, they should be hit. I don't care if you ramp it up $1,000 each one. I don't really care. I was just doing this to try to hit them where it hurts, which is their pocketbook.
Is these residentials or commercial?
Well, I don't know. I can't tell you. And the only other concern that I have is, okay, so what kind of games are going to be played with LLCs or whatever? And that might be something that we.
And I can touch on that real quick. An owner is defined as anybody who has a legal or equitable interest in the property. So one of the things that an owner has to do is list who actually has equitable interest in it, which would be the members of an LLC, the owners of a corporation. And so even if they change the name from, we see this Greg Mordock Inc. to GM Inc., I'm still the owner, and so I still have an equitable interest, so I'm still on the list. And that's why we're trying to get to the people behind the corporate and.
Which is what Alderman Williams was wanting.
Did we say where the funds were going to? I think that was my question.
It would go to the I would say it would go to the corporate fund, because that's how we pay all of our inspectors
Well,
and our legal team.
and if it does get to a point, I don't know, we'll have to watch this, Mayor, but this could be a way to maybe fund another inspector.
That's why I asked where was the funds
I don't know
going
how much
to.
money it would bring in, but watch it for a year and let's see if that would be enough, if it brings in enough for an inspector. That was my intent, so thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Well, and Alderwoman Purchase, there are like some developers who own multiple commercial buildings, strip malls, so it would affect anyone who owns any property, so. Yeah. Alderman Donlin.
Thank you, Mayor. I get asked by family members, constituents, passersby at times, what's it like being an alderman? And, I describe it as the part I like about it is when you learn about a problem in the neighborhoods and you resolve the problem. I said, the part I don't like so much is that horseshoe downtown at times. But I will say that, first of all, this process, this discussion, makes me like this process, the horseshoe, because that's why we're here. We're here to help resolve issues in the neighborhoods, all neighborhoods. And I know I'm stating the obvious, but it's important that we remember that, and people hear that at times, because we do care. I know everyone on this horseshoe, and you all care. You all want to see this city get better. You know, I get tired of, what I get tired most of is not the initial complaints. It's about when we're a month, three weeks, a month and a half into it, and we don't see the results, because we all want to see those results and deliver those results very quickly for our constituents. And, you know, I not only didn't have gray hair when I started here, a smart aleck friend of mine reminded me when he saw a camera shot from the top, I didn't have a bald spot either, but you know, what can you do? But I appreciate this discussion. When I get these complaints from constituents, one of the first things I say is after we get through the problem, I tell them what I'm going to do. I try to describe the process. We got to give it a little bit of time. They're going to, you know, if there's a violation when a housing inspector goes out, they're going to get a letter. They have so many days. I always say, most sane people, when they get a letter, that gets their attention, and the problem typically gets resolved. Unfortunately, not always, and that's why we're talking about this today. Mary, I appreciate you bringing it up. I'm glad you brought up the legislative process. I remember that occurring earlier in the year, and we got to be prepared for it, and it sounds like there's some support for that. The LLC problem is a problem that we banged our heads on, because as you see me when we talk about Old Town or other properties, we know who the property owners are. We're fighting with them. But it's the LLCs, it's the out-of-town, and this is going to address that issue, I think, once and for all. Thanks for bringing this forward. I think it's a unique way to do it. I support, I think, what's coming as an amendment to the amendment. But this has been a good discussion, and I just appreciate all your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Gregory.
No, I got a little gray too. I just want to say, I'm in agreement with this property. I don't care if you're leasing it, if you own it, if you're saving it for your kids 18 years down the line. Cut the grass, maintain it. Just know, leaving it vacant, somebody gonna strip it clean. But take care of your property. I don't care who owns it, if somebody lives in it. I'm in agreement with that. The property, whoever owns the stinking property needs to take care of it. And on the funding side, didn't we take the funding mechanism from these cited properties and put them towards something, Alderwoman?
So a portion of, that was how that
Was it 50?
citywide program was initially started, was let's just take some of the fines that we get and make that available to low-income homeowners to deal with these kinds of violations.
Did we do 100% or did we do 50?
No,
Ms. Ramona?
No, it's a small portion.
How much did we do? Okay,
I think
thank
this
you.
year we've got, I think we said it's a little over 300,000 was in there. I don't remember exactly from the budget conversation.
I mean, that
I
would
don't
be
remember from
good.
last
I just
week,
know there
so.
was some conversation about different inspectors, what it pays for and things of that nature, so I think it would be good to know what we have and what the details of what we said.
Right, with
today.
that.
Absolutely.
And I will say, that's something, it's a good point, because there was no specified percentage that would go into that fund. So, you know, that might be part of a conversation too, that we need to talk about. But Alderwoman Purchase brought up a great idea. I mean, we clearly need more inspectors. And whatever flexible way we can get to pay for it, yeah. But again, I still think bigger the hammer, the better we are.
Alderman Hanauer. I'm sorry, were you done, Alderwoman?
Unless Alderman Gregory. had
Alderman
anything
Gregory, are you
else.
done?
No, I'm done.
Thanks.
Okay. Alderman Hanauer.
Well, I guess I will make a motion that we modify the amendment to where it says owners with 3 cited properties are fined, and let's go $5,000.
Not less than?
Not less than 5,000, and in addition, they will have to register all properties. Is that,
Yep.
Second.
About a second.
Yes.
all right,
So I have a
How about a
mo-
third? How about a third?
I'll give it a third.
all right.
Okay, so there was a motion to amend amendment number 1 to change the number of three-sided properties fined would be not less than $5,000 from that part, and then addition, register all properties. We had a motion and a second. Do you need any clarification on that detailed Corporation Counsel Murdoch before we go any further?
No, I think I've
I
got
tried
that
to-
on here.
tried to
Yeah,
get
that,
this-
that's a pretty simple change with the amendment that we had.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we are clear there. Okay. And what I repeated was what you wanted, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second, so we're going to do a roll call vote with the clerk to approve the amendment number 1 of the amendment. That's what your roll call vote is, a yes or a no for the amendment on the amendment. Yes, sir.
Alderman Cox.
Yes.
Alderman Gregory.
Aye.
Alderman Williams.
Yes.
Alderman Rockford. Alderman Purchase, recluse. Alderman Nitriano.
Yes.
Alderwoman, I'm sorry. Alderman Carlson.
Aye.
Alderwoman Conley.
Aye.
Alderman Donlin.
I vote yes.
Alderman Hanauer.
Aye.
Mayor Busher.
9 yeses then? Is that what you've got? So we have 9 yeses to amend amendment number 1. So now we have amendment number 1. We had a motion and a second, but we need to actually vote on the ordinance.
motion to
accept the
accept the
ordinance
ordinance
as
as amended.
amended. Correct.
Double amended or whatever.
Don't we have to vote on the amendment?
We actually have to vote on the amendment
we have to
first. You're,
vote on
Yeah, so we're going to vote on the amendment, yes, and then we're going to have you or someone make a motion. So we have a motion and a second to vote on the amendment. So we'll do a roll call vote. Now you're voting on the amendment itself as amended, the amendment as amended.
Mayor, we have speakers for.
Well,
they're
we're still
on
not to the ordinance yet. We're still on the amendment.
All right.
Yep,
Ready?
yep.
Alderman Cox.
Yes.
Alderman Gregory.
Aye.
Alderman Williams.
Aye.
Alderman Rockford. Alderwoman Nitriano.
Yes.
Alderman Carlson.
Aye.
Alderwoman Conley.
Aye.
Alderman Donlin.
Aye.
Alderman Hanauer.
Aye.
Mayor Busher.
So we have 9 yeses on the amended ordinance. So now I'll entertain a motion to place the ordinance as amended.
Final passage. So
passage.
moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion from the council members on that before we go to citizens who have signed up in advance to address this topic? Seeing none?
Got some people signed.
Yeah, you can go ahead. No one has pushed the
Mr.
button.
Long, you had signed up for this ordinance and public speaking, public comment. You want to speak on this? Okay.
Good evening, council. This really hits home for me because I'm dealing with this situation with my father, with my own situation where I live in my apartment complex. And I will say that I'm happy that there was an amendment to drop it down to 3. I do, and maybe I'm confused on some of the language, but I think 3 separate properties is still too lenient. I think if you have 3 complaints in general, you should just be on the list because there's people might not have multiple properties, you know. You might only have 1 or 2 properties. I mean, if you a bad, and I'm not gonna call them landlords no more, we're gonna call them what they are. They slumlords, they people that's just taking people's money. So when you have people like that, like for instance, the situation with my father, you have somebody who's constantly, you know, doesn't want to do their job when they're called to be a landlord. And my father is elderly. He has a lot of, you know what I'm saying, health complications, can't hardly get around the house good. And when it's a problem that somebody is being called over there and it's like you're being the nuisance, how are you a nuisance as a 68-year-old man that can barely walk around the house? That's not a nuisance. You're the nuisance as the landlord that will not come out here and do things. So I just feel that, you know, over the course of like the few years that my dad has been at the residence that he's at, you know, I've just seen over countless times and times, he lives in a duplex, so he lives next to another family, and you can just see the blatantness, like the racism, everything that's there. Like, From his black tenants to the white tenants, you could see the differences on the same street because he owns damn near half the street. So you can see when he comes and cuts my father's and the other people's home, the man come, mows the grass, leaves all the clip-ins, everything, none of that. Goes down the street to the white people, he cleaning it up like it's the damn White House. It's ridiculous. I mean, every day, you know, he lives over off of Interlaken, so I don't know, you know, a lot of the flooding and stuff goes down on that street when it rains and everything, and, you know, sometimes the basement floods. My father, as well as the people that live next to him, have been told multiple times by this slumlord, if I have to come back out here to unclog this, I'm going up on the rent. Well, no, don't go up on the rent. Fix the shit. Excuse my language. Fix it. Like, don't go up on, that's what I'm paying you rent for. You should be putting some of the rent that I'm paying you to the side so that you can have money to fix the issues. Not continue to bring your little errand boys in there to just patch up little things here and there. I mean, it's crazy. It's like everybody up here has said that they are frustrated about it. I'm way frustrated about it, considering the fact that, like I said, like when people are on, even my father being on a month-to-month, like he's not even on a lease because this man refuses to give my father a lease. Like, he doesn't give 24-hour notice that I'm coming over. He just, like the other day, my father called for him to come over. He just pops up. Well, you can't do that. My father, like I said, 68 years old. He ain't getting out to bed till almost 1 o'clock because his body is so broke up. And when you sitting over here expecting him to get up and do things, and I can come in here when I want to, this is my property, you out of line. Like and I know that is wide ranged around this whole city. So it's not just there. I speak on my own things. So it's like I live in Monroe Gardens. When I tell you, I know that place used to be one of the nicest apartment complexes in the city. That thing that went down so bad, I still don't understand. When I call their phone number right now, it literally says, our Monroe Garden office is closed, but yet I'm seeing y'all still move people in the apartments. How is that even happening? Like, I just don't understand it. If you closed, you closed, period. We got notes on our doors talking about you can't even use the pool because there's a bacterial infection. Well, what are y'all doing about that? There's nothing that's being done. I done seen people move. I done seen them move. They literally, the other day on my floor, literally some people just moved out down the hall from me probably about 6 months ago. They finally came out there, pulled the stove and the oven out of that place, put it down the hall in another place that had bed bugs and roaches. I don't get it. It's just, it doesn't make any sense. I had the same thing happen to me. They come into my place. If I call them to tell them I have a complaint about something, I'm told, well, we can come in whenever. Well, I need a notice because I might not want you in my house by yourself. So I have certain situations with that. I got told that that's not how they conduct business. They can come in there whenever they want to. When I call them and tell them, hey, I got a problem, that's giving you the right to come into my home. That's garbage. Like, I just feel like there's nothing, and it just isn't just to Springfield. This is all over the country. People are letting these landlords get away with bloody murder, and it's sick. It's really sick. And like I said, I'm really thankful that Alderman Howard was very, understanding about the amendment, but I still think it lacks teeth.
Mr. Long, no, I want to give you a point of clarification. If one particular property has 3 or more violations on it, it does land on the list.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I just think it does.
That's what you were asking
like
for,
everybody
so
said, I
that
just think there needs to be some teeth into what is going on because these people are just getting away with stuff. And then, like I said, God told my dad the other day, get the F out, and hung up the phone. And then you don't call back. Like, you know, it's just crazy. Somebody shouldn't have to go to court just to prove a point that, hey, I just need somewhere to live. So,
Thank you for your time,
that's
sir.
all. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ken Pasha.
This is an interesting ordinance. It's an answer to a problem, but it's not a solution. A lot of times, and again, I'll give you guys credit. You guys hammered out something that looks pretty nice. But let's be realistic. What's it going to do in the long run to really confront the long-term issues? We're talking about deeply problematic properties owned by landlords who have lots of deeply problematic properties. And then they sell them to other people who will continue to do the same thing, because we can play whack-a-mole all we want and talk about mowing lawns, but until we actually form a real registry of commercial and residential properties and can actually go after those people in a meaningful way, whether it be eminent domain, taking away their ownership, or just finding out that the county trustee is a great way for Sangamon County Board to push off the costs of maintaining those nascent properties onto the city of Springfield. Are you guys just finding that out? Did you guys just find out Van Meter likes to do that kind of stuff? I mean, if I would say come to one of those meetings, but they purposely schedule them during yours. I mean, it's kind of fascinating how that works, right? I mean, I could talk to you guys about county's problems all night. I'm sure most of you would be fascinated to learn about them. But the really simple part of it is that they get away with a lot because they leave it on you. And then the city is unwilling, administration by administration, to be the unpopular one to make the harder decisions, like creating a landlord registry. I'll note again that 7 out of 10 cities in our size have one. Peoria and Bloomington have one. When you talk about paying for inspectors, do the math. What would a $75 fee on every single building that's for rent for an inspection add up to? Anybody? I'm sure it's a lot. I bet it'd pay for a couple more inspectors. Maybe. But it's just crazy to me that instead of actually looking at other cities that have answered these problems, we make excuses. We say to ourselves, we don't have to make everybody follow the same standards, as though that's not an embarrassing statement to make out loud. That we should make exceptions. A good landlord wouldn't oppose something like that. If the realtors here in town don't want to answer why they keep renting out to prostitution parlors that we can't seem to shut down effectively, bluntly, that would be the kind of thing a landlord registry could do. Because why do we keep renting these buildings and have realtors who continue to rent these buildings to people who run these houses of prostitution? It's an easy question to answer because there's money involved. You want to talk about hurting people in the pocketbook? Maybe we should stop humoring the people that continue to make money off of crime and exploitation of our citizens within this city. Quite frankly, I think it's disgusting that we have to spend hours of our time talking about mowing lawns. You know how they handle that in other cities? Registries. They know who owns it, and if they don't do it, they'll take their property. It's very easy. It shouldn't be left up to some trustee to be like, well, you know, I guess you guys can take care of it. Guys, they're literally right over here. They're a block away. Stop in sometime. They're having a good old laugh because you guys pay for their stuff. You handle their services. How many citizens came to yell at you guys about Sonia Massey? Right? Is that your guys' fault? Was that city of Springfield? I know it's not. I can't even tell you how many elected officials have made sure to point that out. And why isn't it city of Springfield? Because it'd be too much money to bring it into the city. We'd have to add sewers. We'd have to do a lot of stuff to upgrade it. So we end up with all these donuts and pocket holes around here. And what's county do with them? Not a damn thing. They laugh about it, bro. Go to those meetings. Stop in sometime. You guys think I'm just this annoying wasp that just flies around. Poke, 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 poke. Stop in sometime. Learn something. Don't act like I'm the one who doesn't know something, because it's fascinating to hear people that are elected officials finding out how these properties are handled and who owns them and why they're not being taken care of and why they're being neglected and why our city's the one being left to hold the dollars. Hand them over to our contractors. Van Meter's a block away. He ain't far. These landlords that are the problem, they're not far either. They're not just 5 terrible people we're going to fine out of existence. What does $5,000 mean to some of these places? Tell you, not a whole lot. They'll pay those fines and laugh you right off because you didn't really make anything to enforce it with teeth. We're not going to make a real registry because for some reason in this city, we're scared of developers, we're scared of realtors, and we're scared of landlords and holding them culpable and accountable for their actions. Because if they were good landlords and good realtors and good developers, they wouldn't be scared of a standard that everyone should be held to make sure that these properties don't develop to the point that landlords own 7, 8, 9, 10 bad properties. That's insane. Why are we allowing these people to continue to own and run property in our city if they're going to continue to be a detriment to us? And how are we going to find out who they are? And when it gets real bad, thank you.
Nash, Olden, Nettle, Nash.
Do you want to speak, sir? Okay. So that's all the citizens who signed up in advance to speak on this particular ordinance. Does the council have any additional discussion before we take a vote? Okay, so we'll take a vote, and what you're going to vote on is the ordinance as amended twice over. But the same amendment, but an amendment to the amendment, so. Amendment number 1. All those in favor of the motion, please vote yes. All those opposed, please vote no. And the motion passes with 9 voting yes and 1, I'm just going to say present because she walked out of the room. So I'll just say present. Is that all right? Say present? No?
It should be
Absent? One absent?
absent for
Okay,
this vote.
9 yes,
It's not,
1
it's not a recusal, and it's not a present, it's an absent.
Just absent. Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Did you get that, Joe?
All right, thank you. The next item on the agenda is item number 2025-323, an ordinance approving the appointment of Sarah B. Kink as Director of Human Resources. The chair will entertain a motion to place agenda item number 2025-323 on final passage.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
After this long of a meeting, she may not want it.
Do we need to ask her, or? All those in favor of the motion, please vote yes. All those opposed, please vote no. And the motion passes with 9 voting yes and 1 absent. The next item on the agenda is item number 2025-326, an ordinance authorizing a subrecipient grant agreement to number 23-44301 with Moving Pillsbury Forward, NFP, for an amount not to exceed $108,636, utilizing Energy Transmission Community Grant Funds through the Office of Planning and Economic Development for the demolition of 2 abandoned buildings located on the Pillsbury site. The chair will entertain a motion to place agenda item number 2025-326 on final passage.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Alderman Gregory.
Yes, real quickly, last week I asked for the numbers of minority participation on Pillsbury. I have not received that from Director Lesko. Again, for some reason, I just can't get sent the information that I asked for. But thank you, Mr. Richmond. You did a great job, but I'd like to see it from my city things, not saying that you would tell me any lies, but I always like to see things from us and what we have it as. But I will say I am happy to see the amount of minorities on the project. I think we need a little work on the local portion of it and them being local, but I'm definitely happy to see where you're at on the minority participation. And, you know, we always push for local hiring and local people as that funding and what they make stays in our community. So overall, good job. Thank you.
Director Metzger, could you ask Purchasing Agent Lesko to send that over? Thank you. Yep. And Alderman, no offense, but that was during the committee meeting, and I don't know that he was here, so I don't know.
No, I was more so.
So she'll have
I
it
hear
sent.
you. Thank you. Appreciate you.
I do see that Chris Richmond sent us an email from NFP. Do you want to come speak to us at all, Mr. Richmond, before we take our vote? Did you want to address the council? Sure, go right ahead. You did send an email with your updates, I know, so.
It'll be quick. Chris Richmond, Moving Pillsbury Forward. I sent all the aldermen, I think, an email, most of the city officials an email earlier today with an update on the project. Got word back from Alderman Gregory. He wanted a little more resolution on numbers about minority hiring and local workers. So our contractors were able to deliver that for us late this afternoon. So that came in. But the bottom line is, we're at, we signed a demolition contract in February. Our teams of contractors mobilized in March. We had a public meeting in April 9th at Lanphier High School to introduce the contractors and give the project overview to everybody in the community. Took a lot of questions at that meeting. Green Track did take down the 2 buildings in May, and that's what this $108,000 is all about. That's a grant that Moving Pillsbury Forward and the city of Springfield applied for through the state of Illinois, through the Clean Energy Transition Program that the state of Illinois passed in their state budget back in, I believe, 2021. We applied for that. It turned out we were eligible for $108,000, and that's what this is all about. We were able to take those 2 buildings down with that funding. So tonight's vote on this is simply just getting that funding moving through DCEO. July, Select Demo, they're our contractor, our cleanup contractor at the site, finished all the asbestos removal from all the warehousing and manufacturing buildings at the site. Work continues on the silver coating on the silos. If you drive past the facility today, even on 19th Street, you're starting to see the silver coating on the east side of all the silos coming off. So you can see that it's about 70% complete at this point. That is anticipated to wrap up in mid-September. And demolition on all the structures will take place throughout the fall and winter. And moving Pillsbury forward anticipates that in late March of 2026, all the buildings, all the structures at the site will be demolished. So with that, if you have any other questions, I'm glad to answer.
Alderman Williams
Yeah,
has
you
chimed
should
in.
know when things are going well not to present yourself. I'll just say thank you for everything you're doing. So two things. The first thing is the removal of fencing on North Grand, I think, I forgot which side, but some constituents had called and asked. But that's more associated with the north end, the overpass than you guys, right?
Right, right.
Okay.
There's been some confusion over the last couple of years about whether moving Pillsbury forward owns that tract of land or not.
Okay.
That was previously owned by the Illinois and Midland Railroad.
So
The city of Springfield bought about 2.5, almost 2.5 acres off of the Illinois and Midland Railroad for the overpass project. So all that work you see going on there is actually on city property now.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
So, thank you for that answer. And then secondly, no discussions or anything on future? No commitments on future? What's
No
gonna go
commitments
there?
on the future at this point. One of my other board members, Polly and I, we attended a conference up in Chicago, talked to a lot of developers about 2 weeks ago. A lot of good prospects out there. We've had some preliminary discussions, but, I won't say there are any fish on the hook at this point.
Well, before any commitments, I would do what you always do, have those public meetings and engage especially the community surrounding Pillsbury, if you would.
Yeah, certainly so. I didn't mention that in the write-up here on the Pillsbury project proper, but, as I've told many audiences, for the last 6 months or so since the contractors took over the site, our volunteers with Moving Pillsbury Forward actually moved out into the community, into the neighborhood. We've done numerous site cleanups, empty lot mowings, tree trimming, et cetera, et cetera. We fill a 30-yard dumpster about every 2 weeks from fly dump trash in the neighborhood and whatnot. We understand that Public Works and the city's been overwhelmed with this sort of thing in the area, so we've made an intensive effort in the immediate area in the Pillsbury neighborhood. It's been a big transition for the neighborhood. Over 80 houses have come down in the neighborhood in the last 4 years.
Yeah, a lot of that
Part of
couldn't
that's
happen without you guys, so I appreciate
part of that's
that.
due to the
I
railroad
appreciate
project.
it.
So it's it's been quite an active summer for us. Right?
Anything else?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Richmond. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. The voting will now be open. All those in favor of the motion will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the motion passes with 10 voting yes, none voting no. The next item on the agenda is item number 2025-330, an ordinance amending Chapter 170, Section 170.17.15 of the 1988 City of Springfield Code of Ordinances as amended, pertaining to grass and weed violations. The chair will entertain a motion to place agenda item number 2025-330 on final passage.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Alderman Gregory.
Yes, Mayor, so as I was saying earlier, I'm really concerned about seniors in my ward, and not for the, the houses that they live in, of course, but I know this was tailored to include boulevards and really press that fine on boulevards and the city's parklets. So my simple amendment would just be to exclude senior citizens. And Corporation Council can help me out, or if we need to offer a waiver for hardship to seniors, but we have to do something. We can't just, unilaterally change something like this for the boulevard, especially on the boulevard purposes and the city right away. So I think we should do it citywide. I don't want to discount or not include any senior throughout the whole city. Or we could do the 12 low census tracts if everybody thinks that's, fair. Or, I don't know about anybody else, but Ward 2, I would like my seniors exempt from this type of process.
So are you looking at exempting them from the notice requirement or from the language in subsection A? Because right now, that language in subsection A doesn't change anything that we're doing. So I guess is your amendment, if it's a
So it
senior
says the premises
citizen, we
shall-
need to keep giving them notice?
Yes, our seniors, I think we should go, they need at least some time to arrange that and do things. We just talked about how some seniors have trash pickup. They don't have trash pickup, but they have agreement with somebody to do it because they have so little. So what I don't want, because what we have to think about is, right, as soon as, if we find a senior, or we cite a senior and they get the 7 days, if it makes it to admin court, that's an automatic 150, whether we say it's not valid or we want to forgive or whatever. And I've ran into that situation where we have elders who they're already on a fixed income. We can't make it any more harder than what it already is. And with Medicaid and Medicare, you know about that, getting cut and all of these things coming down the pipe, we have to be careful with our moves. So if nobody else wants to do that, that's fine. But in Ward 2, that's what I would like. And then everybody else is good.
Alderman, do you mind if I just
Sure.
read the changes to the ordinance to you real quick? To help
Absolutely.
with that? So that just the changes in the ordinance, the only changes that were proposed was after it talks about grass and weeds being abated, it added, the premises shall include any portion of the public right-of-way not improved by a street or sidewalk which abuts or is adjacent to the premises, including but not limited to the areas commonly known as parkways or parkway strips, the area between a sidewalk and street and boulevards. Then for lots, it added in the language, the notice shall further inform the owner, occupant, lessee, or contract for deed buyer that should the grass or weeds grow to more than 10 inches in height during the remaining calendar year, the city may cut the grass or weeds without further notice, and the owner or person in control shall be liable for the city costs. And then it added, just changed chapter 39 within the city code. So I think what Corporation Counsel is asking is, are you asking that seniors don't automatically jump to the first notice and get mowed? Is that what you're asking?
Correct. So in section A, the part that concerns me, the premises shall include any portion of the public right-of-way not improved by a street, sidewalk, which is, this is wrong spelling, about or is adjacent to premises including. So the city parkway, we're gonna push on to fine people if that's not cut. That's fine. It's always been a rule, and that's fine, but now we're specifically really trying to push on this, and I'm just saying, I don't want our seniors going through that such a quick process. So if we want to leave their process the same for our elders or our people that we know in these situations, or create a waiver, there has to be some way for our seniors not to incur heavy costs. Because they're already going to get a 150 fine just for showing up at admin court. Am I correct on that?
Well, no, because this would go through a cutting process, and that's why I'm struggling or trying to come up with a way to do this. So one way we could do it is if the tax bill has a senior discount, but again, that's gonna go if they own the home.
Only own the
So but that's the only way that I could think of to identify it on the front end. On the back end, we have the ability to file a protest with the treasurer, which has the 4 factors that Katia went through. One of those we could add would be that you're a senior citizen, but they're still gonna get cut and fined, and then we gotta correct it on the back end, and if we did that, then I don't know if we create now a separate list or how we enforce that. I think the better way to enforce it would be, or the only way I can think of on the front end is the senior citizen discount on the tax bill. But I don't know if that gets to everything you're going for.
No. Does anybody around the council have any thoughts on how we protect seniors from incurring additional costs?
Are you okay with Alderwoman Purchase chiming in? She
Absolutely.
said, mm-hmm, okay.
I'm trying to get better with, like, not doing that. But I think if we can find, I know that Alderwoman Conley has do you see, my antennas went up when you said 300,000. If we can find some way of meeting them in the middle. I didn't say take care of the whole thing, Alderman Gregory, because they still have a due process that they got to do. And, you know, I got a grandma, so I understand. But if we can help them and meet them in the middle with it somehow, that would be what I was thinking for when it comes to the fees that they have to find, that the fees that they get fined when they come in. Because if I'm understanding you correctly, that's what you just said, right? It's $150 if they have to come into admin.
Again, yes, that's if they come into admin court, but as we presented, this process would be separate, right? Because this is just the cutting process. So it rarely comes to administrative court, like Katia said earlier. Instead, it goes under this process, public work, they get the notice, and then after that, Public Works is going to cut it, and then that bill is, and the treasurer is going to collect on that, and then the appeal is filed with the treasurer, not with us. So that's why I'm saying to do that, there would
Creates more of a bigger process.
well, they're going to get fined, and then they'd file an appeal with the treasurer to say I'm a senior citizen, and then maybe they would fall into the program, but you're getting on the back end.
So being the previous treasurer, if you don't mind, being the appeal process, so the treasurer runs the, it's held up here in council chambers when you have a mowing and code violation for mowing, tall grass mowing violation, and the treasurer's office handles those hearings. So there are 4 things that Katia put in her slideshow that you could come up and say, this isn't me, or wasn't my property, or these things, and then the hearing officer can dismiss it. So what Corporation Counsel is suggesting is adding a 5th element to that, and it might be seniors, but I think you would want to put an income cap on there, or I don't know how you want to qualify it, Alderman, but I'm not saying that all seniors are low income, I guess is what I'm telling you, so.
But they are older, and they you know, regardless if they're rich and they're 80 or they're poor and they're 80, they still are 80 years of age and they can't get out and do it. I feel like young people should get out there and help their elders, but that always doesn't happen, and there may not be a younger person or some around to really help them with that. So I just wanted to, put my mind around it. I'm okay with this
5th option.
5th option of having a not only for homeowners, but just if a senior gets that bill, they're able to come in and talk to the treasurer and go through that process, that hardship process.
I'm sorry to get technical with you, but what would you define a senior as? I think we have to put like an age on there or something.
65.
No.
He said no.
65.
What age you?
When do you go into AARP?
You can go into AARP way earlier than 65.
60, man. I think 60 is suffice.
I think 60.
He just got.
62, you get your social security
67
number, they tell
social
you.
security,
Right, that's what I'm
fully,
thinking.
yeah.
2.
But
You can be an AARP when you're
Discounts,
50.
I get those now.
So then that's not enough.
Correct.
Okay, so Mayor, can I also ask Alderman Gregory, so are you asking to like waive them having to cut it, or the city coming in to cut it and them
I think
having
they
to
should at
pay?
least have a one-time waiver where we waive that fee and they can go on to their family and say, hey, I gotta have somebody cut my grass or the city's not gonna waive it the next time or something like that. We have to be able to have a way to help our seniors out. It is a terrible thing when they call and they've been charged for fly dumping, something that's not their fault. I mean, we're just going through our process and it's very hard to get it waived. It's a hard call to take.
So I'll come back to you if you will, let the other alders speak, and maybe that'll help.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, so can I finish?
Sure, absolutely.
So I was wanting to ask Alderwoman Conley, because I know you're restructuring your ordinance, and if you could consider maybe using a small portion of that to help, because Alderman Gregory is saying one time, but if they still can't get the family to come in, we still got a problem, and it's still gonna be consistent, and it's still not solving it. So if we can look at how much your ordinance is generating now with your new ordinance coming in of $5,000, because you're gonna hit some people, and that's a lot to hit my pocket with. Being able to use a little bit of that funds to help a small group of individuals that's our seniors here. It's not taking over the whole city, it's just the seniors.
Yeah, and I will say, again, it probably doesn't hit all of Alderman Gregory's concerns just because the citywide program applies to low-income seniors who own their homes. But I think in that instance, then we're getting back to, well, is a senior citizen's landlord putting that on them? Because that seems like that's a different conversation.
Well, I could tell you, when it's like an apartment building, a duplex, triplex, fourplex, me as a landlord, I can't say, Aaron, you cut it this week.
Right, yeah,
Ralph,
that's
you
where you
cut
have
it
a
next
service
week.
come
They
in.
gotta do that,
Yeah.
but sometimes you get it where if they're the actual home, then they may put it on them because it's a single-family home.
Yeah. I think that's a good idea, and I think I'll put that into the
Yep,
pot to.
I just wanted you to
mull
consider
over.
it, and
Yeah.
that was my thought of coming to the table with hearing about that pot of money that's gonna continue to increase. Thank you, Mayor.
And before I go to Alderman Williams, Alderman Gregory, the treasurer wants you to also notice that she's concerned if they're shut in, if they're elderly and shut in, they have to appear in the hearing, and she's worried about how they will get to the hearing. So just letting you know what her concern is. Alderman Williams,
That's a good one.
you're
Oh,
next.
yes, Mayor. So mine is similar but different. So we're making these people, so we're responsible for those areas, right? The cutting that part or maintaining those pieces of the property. But can they, and I'm asking this for neighborhood associations, really in subdivision type thing. So can they turn them into flower beds or
I'm not an attorney, so I'm looking this way.
flower, like plant flowers?
So we get questions about.
Because the lady was here asking
boulevards.
about the gardening in the boulevard.
It's actually what we have to do is go and look at how it's platted.
Okay,
And whether or
okay.
not there's an HOA, so I'm happy to look at whatever the specific area is, but it's different based on your neighborhood, your location, the original plat and how it was developed.
Yeah, well, so I got one that's, it's been a flower bed forever. So no one has cut it because it's got all these beautiful flowers. But I got another one that I have problems with. And as I get ready to explain this, I thought they're probably gonna do the same thing and turn it into a well-kept, flower bed. It's at the entrance of these streets, and when they come in, they put these rocks and flower, and things like that. So, I don't know, I guess the main question is, if we have them become responsible for them, can they do things on them? Or I don't know how we answered the lady about the gardening last week or sometime. There was, do you remember this woman?
Yeah, I remember that instance, and again, it would depend on how that particular that
How it's
specific
made,
area.
yeah.
Yeah, we do have, we have had agreements with boulevards, with
Okay.
either an HOA or a lot of times a developer or something.
Okay.
So,
That's how
yeah,
I
that,
explain it. And we'll
that's-
just have to look at it on a case-by-case basis then.
yeah.
Because what they call boulevards, I don't have them. Harbor Park has them in two, and they're around the city, but I haven't something that they don't have, because the neighborhoods are built different over the years, So I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Hanauer.
Thank you. I understand what you're trying to do, Alderman Gregory, but I think the concern I have is if we set the bar too low as far as age, and we got to almost have it to where they're handicapped or something, because we're going to have people take full advantage of it. And then the same thing that happens is if we're not cutting their grass, then we're gonna have the same situation we've been screaming about for 2 hours, that you're gonna have properties that the grass is tall and, well, they're old, they can't, they're exempt.
But not.
And I'm just, you see what I'm saying, Sean? I agree with what you're saying, but we've got to figure out, okay, they have to be over 67 and they got to be disabled or something to that effect, because otherwise you will have, there'll be people taking advantage of it. If you're over 67 and you're fine, you just don't want to go out and cut the grass, they'll say, well, I'm senior, I'm exempt. So, I mean, I get it, but that's my concern. The other concern I have is then our inspectors are going out and seeing this, they're taking time, and so then what happens if they're exempt? And what happens to their grass? It doesn't get cut?
Well, we cut 420 lots for free.
Well,
Free. $115,000 free.
But-
We can't give 5 seniors, 6 seniors who we
But
come across.
my point is, okay, then where's it stop? You cut everybody's grass.
No.
I mean, it's, there's always exceptions. I just don't want it to, I just want to make sure that whatever we do, we set it up to where we're not going to have a lot of people, and there'll be people that take advantage of it.
Yeah, because
So-
veterans should be exempt.
That what?
Start. The veterans should be.
Yeah. That's it.
They'll be
Thank you.
seniors.
Well, I don't know that the discussion helped you much with some of the questions, Alderman.
I just feel for my elders and seniors. I've already dealt with this one time on the old rules. Somebody got dinged for fly dumping, and we had a hard time really forgiving their fines, and they're on a fixed income, and that's tough. So I don't know if we hold this for the sake of our elders to figure out, or
The senior exemption at the county for your tax bill, I'm just kind of referencing that.
Cool.
That is an age and an income-driven situation. So I would say if you followed something similar to that, it's not necessarily owner-occupied or non-owner occupied. That wouldn't matter in this case, but maybe you follow the age and the income restrictions. I'm just making a suggestion.
I like it. How would that amendment look like if we need to adjust it? We'll come back.
So I've been writing down kind of how this evolved. I think the easier way to do it, if you have the ordinance up, it would be page 3 of the exhibit is where which is the second to last page before the fact sheet. That's where we list out the exemptions, and you see the 4 that Katia mentioned earlier today. I think that you could add a 5th, which would be, or that a person is age blank or older, or, would qualify for the exemption if they're older, but, if we did 67 or older, or if you want to put a wage cap in there, I didn't put that in what I wrote, and has not had a violation under this section, 170.17.15 for the prior 12 months. What that would do is allow a senior citizen one free exemption. So they come in here, so they would come in here, they would say, I qualify under this exemption 5, I'm challenging this, and then they would not be assessed the fee. So we would have gone and cut it, and they wouldn't be assessed the fee. But then they would also be on notice that if it happens again, we're gonna go cut. The downside of that, what they said is, you have to come in here and make that argument.
Absolutely. All right, let's do it. If we need to adjust it, we'll come back.
Do you mind if Alderwoman Conley speaks?
Absolutely, I'm
Alderman?
good.
Okay, Alderwoman Conley.
I just have a point of clarification to what you said, Greg. Do they have to come in, or can they designate someone to come in for them?
POAs.
They can hire an attorney.
So they would have to hire an attorney,
They have somebody appear on behalf of.
let's say someone like, they couldn't send a family member so they would have to hire an attorney.
Yes, to represent them.
Or come to the hearing.
Not even a POA? Power of attorney?
No, because they're making admissions. I don't think we've ever allowed that before.
Okay. Well, let's do it this way. If we need to come back and adjust it off issues, then we'll do that.
So you don't want to add an amendment right now,
No, I
sir?
do want to add that
Okay,
amendment
sorry.
as we
Number
talked
5
about.
then?
I need an age. What?
67.
67 is old.
Hey, it's not that old.
I said older. Older.
You might be offending people in the room. We're going to pull up the
Older
count.
than what I was thinking.
Yeah. Alderman, if you'll give us a second, we'll look up the Sangamon County senior exemption
I mean,
rules.
it's older than what I'm thinking.
I know what you're saying. Just give us a minute to pull the senior exemption rules up for you, Alderman.
Yeah, it's 65 for the tax exemption at the county level.
And then do you want income or no, just 65?
Let's just go 65.
What do you want?
And then, so
65.
yeah, so the senior citizen exemption is 65. The senior citizen assessment freeze is 65 or older and has a total household income of 65,000 or under. So those are kind of the to,
Let's do it.
What do you want to adopt, sir, in your amendment?
I like the age because I don't want to say a person who might have $1 million who's 65 and just can't get out there. It's tough out here in this heat cutting this grass. This is tough. That's tough work. It ain't no joke. You know when you get out there.
So you're going to make an amendment, sir?
Yes, my amendment is that we add a senior exemption at 65 and older, a one-time waiver.
And they get one time, you said?
One time,
Okay.
so they know.
Is that a motion?
Absolutely. Yes.
Can I get a sec? So we have a motion and a second. Now we have discussion on the amendment. So Alderman Gregory said 65 or older, one-time exemption. So it wouldn't be repetitive. It would be one time, right, Alderman Gregory?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. So Alderman Williams, do you have something to add to this? You're just signed up. You're going to leave him alone? Okay. Alderman Carlson.
A couple questions. I mean, to me, I don't know how we're going to administer this. I'm not saying I'm totally against this, but I mean, there's so many moving parts to this amendment. I respect, Alderman Gregory and what he's trying to do here, but I mean, we heard 2 hours ago from Katia that there are the bureaucracy, there's so many parts, so many hurdles to jump through just to mow grass in a timely manner. Now, we're having to go out, again, as we all know, and I've talked about it before, we only have a handful, 6 inspectors. I just don't know how we're going to be able to do this and do it with accuracy. I'd like to know how much it's going to cost as well. I mean, I think if we're going 65 or 67, I just don't know how I feel about this. I'd rather just pass 330 as is, so because we do have some issues. I mean, this thing goes into effect immediately. And so, so let's just, to me, pass this. Maybe you introduce something down the road or very soon, but, as soon as we pass this thing, as I understand, this thing goes in effect and we can start, cutting grass and doing what we originally wanted to do on this amendment. But, once we go down this path, I mean, there's a bunch of other questions that come into play. And I just, those are my concerns, Mayor. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the amendment from the council?
I have a point of clarification for the amendment. We go after, this goes after who owns the property. That's who we cite. For your particular amendment, I assume that you're talking about a natural person that owns or controls the property. So if I'm 70 and have an LLC that has 10 properties, I don't get that exemption, correct? Okay, so the actual language on the amendment will be or 5, that a natural person owns or controls the property, is age 65 or older, and has not had a violation under this section 170.17.15 for the prior 12 months.
Correct. And I'll say, many things that we do are complicated, and, there's some things that we need to try hard for, and our seniors and our elders are worth that. Our veterans are worth that. And that's just my thoughts on that. Thank you.
Okay, so any other discussion? So the amendment is that you're 65 or older, you only get one time that the fee is waived. So the alderman, just so you, point of clarification, he's not saying they get the whole summer for free, correct, Alderman?
Correct.
One time. So I think that's important. And then it's got to be a natural person that owns or controls the property as well. So that's the amendment. We have a motion and a second, so we'll do a roll call vote for the amendment itself. Clerk Redpath?
Ready? Alderman Cox.
Yes.
Alderman Gregory.
Yes.
Alderman Williams.
Yes.
Alderman Rockford.
Yes.
Alderwoman Purchase.
Yes.
Alderwoman Atriano.
Yes.
Alderman Carlson.
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
He wants you to say it louder.
Alderwoman Conley.
Yes.
Alderman Donlin.
Aye.
Alderman Hanauer. Aye. 10-0.
So the amendment passes with 10 voting yes, none voting no. So now we have the ordinance as amended. Any other discussion on the ordinance as amended? Seeing none, the voting will now be open. For all those in favor of the motion as amended, please vote yes. All those opposed, please vote no. And the motion passes with 10 voting yes, none voting no. We are now to unfinished business, and Alderman Gregory, you had some discussion earlier about trees and shrubs not being cut. So did you want me to bring that up now for you?
No more. No more
I
of that.
promised you I would, so I'm.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
word.
I'll say that for another time. But I will say, can I continue since you called on me first? My only question from last week, I know Heartland came in, they have been working hard, and since Val has left, Ms. Mayor, who have we put on?
I'm sorry?
I said, since Val has left, who have we put on there to replace, it's sort of like the city's representation
She
on
wasn't the
that?
city's
Okay.
representative. I've
You
always
were.
been.
So you
Yeah,
still.
I'm on
All
that.
right, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Enough said.
Okay. Alderwoman Notriano.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have heard some complaints, questions regarding our recent decision to exclude GLP-1s from our benefit plans, and the fact that we did it without talking about it, and that is something that, you know, I personally apologize for. I should have said something about it.
I'm aware it's his own manager that's complaining. I know who's complaining. too.
Okay, well, so my question is it, well, and it's not just him, it's other people too. But my question is, I thought that we were taking those away for people not the employee. I thought the employees would still be able to get the medicine.
No. People who are diabetic still get the medicine. People who are using it specifically just for weight loss have to pay for it themselves.
Okay.
Would that be right, Katia?
Yes, that is correct, or any other health conditions that otherwise end up qualifying, like sleep apnea has recently become one pre-diabetic. And I will note, since I oversee the Joint Healthcare Labor Committee, that is for the rest of this fiscal year. The committee is going to have continuing and ongoing discussions about how that might want to be handled for the next fiscal year, whether there's alternatives that we can explore with respect to the GLP-1s.
Great, thank you. Yeah, because I am definitely of the mind that, you know, people should be allowed to make decisions, you know, with them and their doctor, and we shouldn't be getting involved. And that's my bad. I misunderstood.
Can I tell you why it came forward? Because of the expense to the city.
Sure.
So you guys get to vote on the healthcare premiums, and they're going to skyrocket if we keep paying for them. So do you want all of this employees to pay for 25% of the people taking it for weight loss purposes? That's the, you know what I mean? So it was $1 million that was spent. It was a lot of money.
And that is a huge expense, no doubt. But again, I'm not going to like wade into questioning a doctor's prescription. I just would hope that going forward, we consider the employee. I work for the state. I know that some of my coworkers are allowed to participate in a program that allows them to be prescribed GLP-1s for weight loss. And I think if we could do something similar, that would be good. Yeah, so.
Thank you. Anything else?
That's it, thank you.
Alderman Hanauer.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I hate to bring this up because it's just gonna, I'm,
Well done.
Can of worms.
this system that we have, it's not working well. I've tried to vote multiple times. It took me 5 times, and they've come and tried to fix it. We've had it to where now I can't, when I pull up the PDF, I can't even get it on my screen anymore. I don't know what the deal is with that. And I've talked to the clerk about it. We got to find a system, a canned system, not something that we're building in-house. We need to really find, I mean, we got a 300 million budget and we got a 10-cent system up here. We've got to do something. Chuck, I know I've sent some things your way. We need to, and it's not your fault, but we got to get something done because
We've met with a vendor that gave us some proposals, but we have to pan it out. We gotta,
But, I mean, other people up here have had issues voting, and other things, and I just want to point that out. I really think it's time. They did a good job on the system, but the time has come to look at something newer. They're not super expensive. I just think we need to do that. I'm not going to go any farther with it, so.
Do you want to add anything else?
well, you know, that's been a problem since I was sitting in the ward alderman spot. Bottom line is that we have reached out to vendors and had a proposal put together, but we got to do more than one vendor. This system is antiquated. It's hard, and the guys are doing their best to try to keep it up. They really are. But it's just, it's time to move on to something else. I know Peoria, Bloomington, Champaign all have a different system than we do. It works pretty good. I ran a little bit by Greg a little bit, but we'll keep exploring, but I'll bring something back to the council sooner than later, and we'll see what we can do. I can tell you that one of the proposals was for open meetings, and the cost of it, the startup cost was like $15,000, and then I think the annual cost was only about $6,000 a year. So, and they do all the maintenance and all the everything. So we will look at it. We'll continue to look at it and try to hold some more meetings. I know Alderman Donlin had some. I reached out to Alderman Donlin. He has some ideas too, because in his position, he deals with this a lot. So I appreciate any input you give, and we'll try to come back with something that we can look at.
Alderman Cox.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On that note, thanks, Ralph, for bringing it up. I know several of us sometimes have to join these meetings remotely, and so I'm not trying to berate you, but we've got to get a better system than the speakerphone, because it's so hard to understand things.
We just got a new system.
Oh, we did?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, good. I retract my previous statement. Director Fuchs, you don't really have to come up if you don't want to, but I just, you know, we beat you up in here a lot. You have an incredibly difficult job, as did your predecessor, as will every director of public works. It's a hard gig, so we beat you up a lot. But I want to compliment you, and I want to compliment a couple of your crews, if that's the right term. Two big projects got finished in Ward 1. They repaved Sherrillwood and Hochester, I think is the cross street. And they also went out and they poured a bunch of new concrete around the firehouse right there by the railroad tracks.
Yes, sir.
And I went and visited both of those work sites while they were doing it. I met a lot of the guys. You know, it was 99 degrees outside, probably felt like 140, especially those guys. And they were all in a great mood, and they like what they do, and they were doing a fantastic job. I've looked at both of them since they've been finished. They did a really good job. I know on Sherrillwood, they actually found like a broken sewer main or something that they had to repair on the spot, and they got it done, and it didn't delay them, but maybe a few hours, I think. And Mike Horn, one of your zone managers, is the guy who made sure that I got to those places. And I just want to compliment you, compliment those guys. And the fact that it's all done in-house is huge, saves us a ton of money. So, I don't know, just pass that on for me if you would. Thank you.
I certainly would. Thank you so much. That's the concrete crew. Sean Hayes is the supervisor for that. They replace sidewalks, curbs, drive approaches. We got 2 finishers and a couple of laborers that are on that. They do incredible work. If you want to see some great handiwork, go and take a look at the backside of the governor's mansion. There's some very, very difficult sidewalk work that they did there last year, and they are phenomenal. The asphalt crew is supervised by Jerry E. Jones. That's the Reverend Jones. Ty Crusoe is the boss. They pave alleys, some streets. They do a lot of ditching. They replace culverts. There again, this council very generously purchased a new paving machine for them last year. It's state-of-the-art, and they are able to adapt to any space and any length. And you've also allowed them to lease a milling machine. This is one of these large machines that grinds off the top level of the pavement. We can do a lot of stuff in-house that we couldn't do before, and I really appreciate your comments, and I will make sure that they hear it. Thank you.
Alderman Gregory, do you need Director Fuchs to stay there?
Yes, please.
I figured.
Oh, man, I'm
said
sorry.
it. He
I'm
said
sorry,
it.
Director.
No, but when do you?
Got
When,
some grass to mow.
no. when do you anticipate us getting to more of the alleys and paving? I know we normally wait till the fall.
Well, we're making pretty good progress with what was on our list to pave in terms of streets and whatnot. So we may actually get to some of them this fall. So if you've got a candidate, let me know.
Okay. Now, within that, so our crews that we got, the alley cutback crews and all this, so are we to the point yet to where we have enough to at least have a fly dump alley cutback crew for at least 2 of our quadrants? We got 4, at least 2 of our quadrants. And I know we've purchased some street sweepers. You know, the goal was to have 1 for every quadrant. And the reason I'm pushed on it, I just think that's a really good process after we pick up our leaves and sticks to send one of those through to certain areas, like example of what I was seeing with that.
We, of course, we encourage everyone to make sure that their alley is clear, that it's adjacent to your property and cut it back. And if we could get folks to do that, we would be in a tremendous shape, much better shape. The street sweepers, we've got 2 smaller ones that would be adequate for that. The large machines don't fit down an alley. They're just too big. Again, if anybody has any specific locations that they're having a difficulty with, we'd be glad to take a look at it. But we have an ensemble now that we have not had before.
Absolutely. So to be clear, I don't expect the street sweepers to go down the alleys, but,
Yeah.
you know, just in the neighborhoods and, you know, I think, so I guess what I'm saying is I would really like to see us get to a point where we have, you know, if we have 4, we got 4 drivers that's hitting at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning doing that for us. You know, in as many neighborhoods as we can. I can only dream that we'll be able to hit every street, but there is some good areas throughout our city, some main corridors throughout our city, in all 4 of the quadrants.
Absolutely. It would be very difficult with that fleet, if you will, to address all the streets. It would be almost impossible, but it's certainly a capability that we have, and if you need it, we'd like to be able to make sure you can have it.
All right, I appreciate you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Alderwoman Conley, do you need Director Fuchs also?
Of course I do. Just real quickly, it would be great if we could get, I know we've talked about having a posted schedule of street cleanings, and you've made your case. We need to, the city needs to win another lottery so we can buy more of the things we need. That said, if we could at least get advance notice so that we can let people know to move their cars off the street. You know, I have people who just park on the street. They could move so that you could get a more effective use of the street sweepers. If there's any way, we need to work on this as we moving forward, because it makes a difference. I can tell when it's one of the sweepers has been down a street, and then you can see they went down and then they swerved around like this because someone was there, and people will move their cars. They want to see those street sweepers be effective. So put it on your list of additional things that we need from you.
Yes, ma'am.
Please. Thank you.
Alderman Williams, do you also need Director Fuchs?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course, because, I mean, I'm glad Alderman Cox is happy, but just remember Adloff, and that your chief engineer told me August, and today's August or whatever. But not only that reminder, but I did email today and talk about 25th and Cook.
Yes, sir.
So we have to get some clarity, corporate counsel, on back of, what do they call, back of trucks, the long part, trailer, I guess truck trailers, and then regular camper trailers. I mean, that corner, it has all this. And it's been reported by several constituents, and they can't say it has to move and then it can come back, because it's just the cab is gone. And just that long part is sitting there. On the actual camper, it does move from time to time. But the point is, it makes for a very eyesore right there on East Cook, you know, right as you pass the post office.
I believe the address is 2508.
Yes, you know.
Is it parked
So-
on the street, Alderman?
Huh?
Is it parked on the street?
Yes and no. So it's a corner lot, so it just depends on where it sits that day. Now, the actual trailer truck isn't on the street, but the camper can be in the driveway or on the street one day, back on the, but I think they're doing that to get around me for fussing about it. You know, something about some kind of rule about moving.
48 hours.
How many?
48 hours.
48, you know, so I think that's why that one rotates. But they have three different types of things. They also have the great big square units.
The steel one.
Storage containers?
Yeah, storage, yeah, where they lift it up and it's just stored. So they have a truck trailer, a storage unit, and this camper. And then the citizens, I don't have to really report it a lot or call, because they're constantly doing it, so they say, through our system.
We are, a case has been opened on it, and it's actually in admin court. There are a number of issues that are ongoing, and I would be more comfortable if you and I went offline and kind of went through the individual elements of it, because there's a lot happening on that court.
Okay.
But it's beyond on the radar screen. Yeah, there's a number of issues, but I'd be glad to talk to you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. You're now off the hook.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Director.
So that was unfinished business. Now we're on to new business. Is there any new business to come before the council? It looks like Director Posey would like to say something, so I'm going to let him come up first, and then we'll go through who signed up.
Thank you. I just wanted to let everyone know in the community know next Wednesday, August the 27th at 6 p.m., I will be speaking at the start of the NAACP meeting at Union Baptist Church, specifically about landlord and tenant responsibilities. I'll be there to provide as much information as I can, as well as some printouts with some kind of quick fact sheets that both tenants and landlords can use and things that you should know. So I just wanted to encourage everybody, especially with the discussions that were had tonight, to come out at the beginning of the meeting. I was speaking for the first about half an hour, I've been told, so I don't want you to get there later and miss it, but we will be talking about landlord and tenant responsibilities, the different types of leases you're on, how many days worth of notice you need, if someone is trying to evict you based on the type of lease you have, and what your rights are as a tenant or a landlord when you're dealing with an issue with the opposite party. So again, that is Wednesday, the 27th at 6 p.m. at Union Baptist Church.
Thank you, Director.
Oh, wait, sorry, Director.
Alderman, is this about that?
Yes.
Okay.
I wasn't sure if anyone else had not taken themselves off yet, but I did.
No, I think
I
that
signed
they
up.
have the signed ups, yeah. So.
Okay,
But if
I
it's
just-
for Ethan, that's
If
fine.
I could really quickly, if we could get electronic copies of what you're going to pass out, because that would be great information to be able to share.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Alderwoman Purchase.
Thank you. I was trying to catch Director Fuchs, but
Oh, I
Ethan
let him
came
off the
up.
hook.
That's okay. That's okay. Thank you, Alderwoman Conley, for bringing up the notice, because I remember when we talked about the street sweepers, I had asked before too, could we have a notice so that we could help out Public Works and get the cars moved at least 24 hours before. And then I wanted to compliment the mayor and Public Works for all the work that's going on downtown right now. There have been a lot of businesses thankful. We still have one area that I sit and watch the trucks, they slow down on 5th Street. There's a dip, and they have to slow down to keep going before they get to 5th and Monroe. If we can look at that for Public Works too. I know that we did some patches. Also, we've done a great job in the alleys too with the patches, because we've had some cars that kind of, their cars need a little bit of help when they hit those potholes, but we've addressed those as well. And my last thing for Director Fuchs, I forgot. But my new announcement is I'm glad that Chris Richmond brought it up about the cleanup over in the Pillsbury area, because guess what this Saturday is? SIU School of Medicine Day Service, and we had last year about 75 to 85 students. We have worked with Pillsbury to split our students because they used to stay over in our area, but we've split them up and they will be going around cleaning up the entire neighborhood. So I wanted to encourage my colleagues for those areas to come out, and if you're not in that area and you want to come out, you're more than welcome to. Boots, gloves, long sleeve shirts, and pants. No shorts because you don't know what's gonna touch your legs. And then we will be doing that. We will meet in the park of Enos Park at the Pergola area where the new playground is, and we will be there at 8:30 to start with donuts and coffee, and then we will have lunch afterwards. So I wanted to encourage neighbors from the Pillsbury area and the Enos Park, Lincoln Park area to come over and join us on Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Alderman Gregory.
No, I just real quickly, I have something happy. But Miss Gwen, she's not here. She left. I imagine she's tired and ready to go to bed. But I want to compliment her and working with the NAACP and members of the city. Last week they had what's called, you all good? Three hot days in August, which it was a commemoration of the 1908 race riots. She did a fabulous job, and I can say every time I look or I go past her, she's planning some new things that we haven't traditionally done at the library. So I never want to forget about her. I should have said something last week about it, but I didn't, and I forgot. So I owe her that, and she does a fabulous job in the library. And the library is important. Reading is important, literacy is important, and they have so many other things. They even rent tools and all this, good stuff. So visit the Lincoln Library. There's some good things happening there. Thank you.
I concur. Director Harrison does an amazing job. She's great. Yes, thank you. So that concludes our new business. So we are to citizens who signed up in advance to address the council.
James Johnson.
How old are you, James?
Good evening.
Seniority.
Man, I don't even know where to start because I'm so tired of talking about grass. But I will say this, and if Mr. Foose is out or whoever the maintenance person out here, but if you're 5'9" and above, these trees need to be cut and raised up so we won't be bumping our heads on these trees just right outside this building. I just thought I'd throw that in for free.
Doesn't bother me.
Next thing is, let's talk about our Ward 2. And if you drive down South Grand and go under that underpass, and Sean is correct, and you look at that hill to the north, it's hideous. I don't even know how you spent money on that. And I blame the engineering company, and I blame the engineers of the city who allowed them to put grass on one side and concrete on the other. I do not understand it. And I'm in that field. It's the worst look ever. Now, if it wasn't so late, I'll really get up here and say, won't we really be honest about what we're doing with the east side and how some people really feel? We know the movement is, in this country now, is to make two different classes. You're either going to be rich, or you're going to be poor. And for my poor people, I'm going to suffer. And we talk about grass for 2 hours, but we don't talk about what's really happening in this country. Our rights, our history. And if you know the history, it's starting to show itself of what they've done and what's happening. Erasing history, and we're about to repeat it. Now, there's a few other things that I want to talk about, but I want to get this in, Mayor, to Mr. Richmond while he's here.
He left.
He left? Dang it. So I want to make sure, y'all make sure that green track, when they start tearing down, we want air monitors in that area. And when they get close to the ground, we want them air monitors. We really wanted to watch those air monitors. And Mr. Richmond will know why I want that. So if y'all gonna make sure he gets that. So moving on. I forgot the last thing I wanted to talk about, but with 2 minutes left, let me just say this. Because I'm going to use all my time since y'all made me go past my bedtime. The Y block, and I'm going to go SMH. So I'm going to wait for that news to come out. But I can't wait till you guys let that information come out, because I'm just doing this. It ain't my time. It ain't for me to say it. But I'm going to start coming up here and I'm going to start talking about what's really happening in our communities and in our city. And I'm not just, or in our country. Because this community, you know, we don't have no radio station that we can use. You know, I don't know what our TV 20 is doing. You know, and, you know, they pick and choose what news they want. I ain't even going to look back. Yeah, their joke. So there's a lot of issues that are not being addressed. And we're going to have to start informing our people on what's really going on. So with my last minute or so, can somebody please tell me what's happening with the Hilton? Does the Hilton even have power still? And what's the plan, Mayor? I'm going to wait my 30 seconds and see if we got an answer. Well, I'm glad I got to hang out with y'all all night. But, Mayor, I'm going to ask this question about that Hilton every 2 weeks. And I'm going to use 5 minutes to get at least an answer on what's going on. Okay? Good night.
Thank you. Clerk?
Alan Stuffings.
Again, bear with me, this is my only second time speaking publicly, so I'm just going to read off this pre-written statement. My name is Alan Stuffings. I live in Ward 6 in Alderwoman Natariano's district. I spoke to the City Council on July 29th about being forced to pay for a water service line on city-owned property. I'm here today to ask for help again in getting a refund for the money I paid for repairs. I'm going to start with citing the act I'm basing my request on again tonight. Under the Illinois Lead Service Line Replacement and Notification Act 4155-1712, utilities such as CWOP must replace and repair the city-owned portion of the lead service line during emergencies. The law prohibits partial replacement and passing emergency repairs to the emergency repair costs to the homeowner. The Illinois EPA State Revolving Fund, which supports CWOP's lead line replacement program, requires the utility to cover all costs for replacing the city-owned portion of the lines. While the program prioritizes Ward 2 and 3, it does not exempt the city from responsibility for emergency repairs in other neighborhoods. I've been a homeowner in Ward 6 for 8 years, paying $1,200 in property taxes each year. I have always paid my taxes and are currently paid in full. The total amount I've paid in property taxes since owning the home is around $9,000. I've been unemployed for 10 months and ran out of unemployment benefits 4 months ago. I've had no income since and no work for 10 months. On June 16th, 2025, I contacted CWOP because my water line pressure was very low. A public works employee came out within a few hours and used his equipment to confirm I had a leak in my water service line. He identified the pipe as older galvanized material. I only received a verbal acknowledgement of this leak, no written documentation. He didn't immediately shut off the water at the main, but I was without water for almost a month. I later spoke with the CWOP representative over the phone who explained that federal funding is available for emergency water service line repairs through the lead line replacement program, and he also looked at my property address to confirm my property had in fact been flagged by CWLP for lead water main lines under the street to the easement. But funding was changed and now allowed only for properties located east of 11th Street, or basically in Ward 2 and 3 only, which are just a few streets over from my property in Ward 6. The representative told me that I had to pay for the repairs myself because the funding sadly had been changed or geo-locked basically, only for those wards. I began calling around for estimates and chose the lowest bid, which was $6,000. On July 9th, the plumber began digging near the shutoff valve out at the street. They discovered the leak was located 12 inches from the valve, from that cap, between the sidewalk and the meter on city property. The leak was in my yard, or the leak was not in my yard, therefore the damaged pipe was on city-owned property. I absolutely had no other choice but to pay the $6,000 out of my savings. Was very hard for me to stomach. My safety net I had built up is now non-existent, wiped out by a single large repair. I now have to budget extremely tighter than before, in order to afford my monthly expenses of $1,200. At the City Council meeting on July 29th, there was a discussion of right-of-way. This does not apply to my case because it was an emergency break, while also being tied to the fact that my home's main water line under the streets to the city easement where the leak had been flagged by CWLP for replacement due to being made of pure lead by the city and was responsible for replacing part of it anyway, and the repairs were made on city property, not mine, making my situation eligible for most cost coverage of replacement of the leak and the lead line all at once under the Lead Line Service Replacement Act. But the funding is geo-locked in Ward 2 and 3. But the Lead Line Act states it allows for, as stated, while the program prioritizes Ward 2 and 3, it does not exempt the city from responsibility for the emergency repairs in other neighborhoods. I'm asking again for reimbursement of the cost of the repairs from the city work that should have been performed by the city in the first place. And I request that the members of our city council and Mayor Misty Busher pass a resolution to make sure
Sir, your time is up.
emergency repairs are covered by the city, not just Ward 2, but emergency lead line cases in other wards when emergencies such as mine arise. Thanks.
Sir, if you want to stay there, there are two alder persons who signed up to speak. Alderwoman Notriano.
Thank you, Mayor. We've spoken about this. I had recently emailed our individual who works with grants in the Office of Planning and Economic Development. I have not heard back on funding there, but we are certainly going to figure out, well, first and foremost, I'd like to get to the bottom of the situation. So you're saying the water line was not in your yard?
The break was not in my yard. It was on city-owned property.
Okay, but they had to replace the whole line?
They had to replace from the main in the easement to my house.
Yes.
Yes, the company had to replace that.
Okay.
But also, CWLP had to come replace the lead line from the main to the easement because it was made of pure lead.
Right.
But
right.
because I'm not in Ward 2 or 3, where funding was geo-locked,
Yeah.
I couldn't receive the emergency payment, the emergency services. It used to be they could go anywhere, from what I understand. But then a change was made to where it can only go to Ward 2 or 3.
Okay. Yeah, so I was under the understanding that emergency repairs, we did have funding available for in every budget. And yeah, certainly if it's a lead line. Is anyone from CWLP here?
Todd's in the back.
Yeah, Todd, could you
Both of 'em are.
come help me out with this?
Yeah, I'm great. I'm great getting your man.
Understood.
I guess the emergency funding, that was, it's a different pot of money. And what this is that it's a service line that is, so essentially from the meter or the curb stop to the house is the property of the owner. That's the way it's been defined forever. That, you know, they're the ones that pay to install that to for their service. So, you know, and if they didn't pay for that, maybe they bought the house that way. But nonetheless, that's the definition of, you know, who owns what portion. In this case, you know, his water line broke and he had to have it repaired. So that's kind of a different category altogether of, if it was an emergency thing that, you know, our water main breaks, that's something that we caused, and then that we're forcing basically the homeowner to have to change something, then we can use that, basically the ARPA money to do that. And I think there's maybe about 75 homes left out of that money. So that'll run out, you know, eventually here soon too. But the grant, basically the way the rules have kind of changed over time, that basically the low income areas with the census tracts we applied for have a higher level of points, maybe,
Yeah.
more or less, that basically we're guaranteed more that we're going to get that award versus just saying that it's across the entire city.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, I know that some of that census tract does touch Ward 6, one of those.
That I don't know.
Yeah, Mr. Stuffings was not in the two census tracts that were
Okay.
grant eligible.
Okay.
And Doug, he did a good job of explaining, you know, there's two pots of money. You know, the big one is the SRF fund money. And so Mr. Stuffing's also right, that money used to be not geolocked to census tract. They changed the rules, the
When did
state
that
changed the
happen?
rules. It was a couple years ago.
Okay.
It was with the bill money. So I think it was the second year of the bill money, they changed the rules, and don't hold me to the second year, but there's only 5 years of that money. The rules got changed and basically gave points, as Doug indicated, for lower income census tracts, and depending on how many children you had in the homes, and a variety of criteria. So obviously, when we're applying for those grants, which is the very limited amount of free money that's out there, we're applying where we think we can be most competitive with the other communities around the state of Illinois. So that's why those two census tracts are geolocked. That's where we received grant funding to do work in, I think it was 16 and 23, something like that.
Okay, so I know, maybe it was a few months ago, there were, I think on First Street, or maybe Spring Street, in Ward 6, there were CWLP employees knocking on doors, talking about lead line replacement.
Right, yes.
So what's the pitch there? Were you asking people to pay for their own replacement?
No, so what we're doing is we're verifying our inventory. So we have records, you know, that were prepared. Some were done very well by different superintendents over the year, and some not so much. So we're talking about dating back to the 1900s, right? So these individuals are trying to get into homes and look at what's coming through the basement wall to verify the inventory.
Okay, okay.
So when we talk about 10,000 known or suspected lead service lines, that's our best estimation, but not every one of those 10,000 lines has yet been laid eyes upon and verified fully. So we're working towards that, but that's what they're doing.
Okay. And so I know we have an our environmental fund. So when we do,
That's on the electric fund.
oh, of course it is. Okay, yeah, well, we'll just have to, I guess, is Director Raising here? Move to another department? I was just wondering if there was money for someone, income-based money to help defray the cost of this expense.
You can have her follow up with you tomorrow.
Okay, okay, okay. Thank you. I believe that does it.
For you. Alderman Williams, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I realize, 2 and 3 has the most lead lines, and I understand the census tracts, again, 2 and 3, 16. Census tract 23 is the census tracts. And I realized it, but when I found out about this situation, I actually went and looked a little bit. And just the way that's arranged is would you agree that that's a little different than norm?
The way
Where it actually is and how that is set up. And like you said, I don't know.
in the right of way, you mean?
Yeah, right. I don't know the history of that. But I do know my gut tells me we should do something for this individual. We should find a way to refund him because we pretty much, not we, it's our fault, but, this situation has broke him. And my first thought was that we could. But then when I started learning about the limitations of the uses of the funds that I knew about, I drew a blank for a minute, but I didn't know, has he talked to Director Posey yet? Has he talked to Economic Development yet or whatever? But I'm committed to supporting you, Alderwoman, and working with the mayor's office, whoever and whatever, to help this individual get his money back just because it's like such a small area. Where it would have been our responsibility is what I'm getting at. I know of other similar situations, and I worry about that, but they're located in the right place if that did happen to them. They're just located in the right census tract, in the right area. From living and, owning a home in the older part of Springfield, I guess is the way to put it, and it touches Alderman Toriano's area, and I think we as a city should find a way to help this individual. That's all I have to say.
Alderman Gregory.
Thank you, Mayor. Real quickly, I'm trying to be quick. SRF funding, what's that mean? Give me the name.
State revolving fund.
State revolving fund, okay, it was changed. I echo my colleagues' statements. I have a few calls from outside of my ward about this very same issue because they heard us talking about it. I do think that it's an issue that we need to address because we're going to come up upon it more. How much funding was in that fund before? Like, what, on an annual basis, how much money did we get out of that?
So in terms of the state or us?
Like, altogether, how much would be in this fund on a yearly basis?
Well, it's a $2.9 million grant over 2 years.
From this
rough-
FRF funding?
Yeah, so roughly $1.5 million
And
a year.
the separate pot, right? Not the pot that's locked down to wards 2 and 3.
No, this is the pot that's locked
Locked
down in
pot
wards
that
2
we
and
used to
3.
use for everyone else.
That was already used.
Okay, how much was it?
Well,
There's been a couple, right,
we've
before
had,
previously.
yeah, so we did one in like 2020. We did 2 others, and probably a total of about $4 to $5 million worth of work under those 2 funds.
Okay. In other areas throughout the city?
Yeah, they weren't geo-locked at that point in time, so they didn't become geo-locked until all this money that the SRF program has now, the EPA is administering this, came from the bill money. And at that point, when they started receiving bill money, the state did, they came up with a regimented process to distribute it amongst the communities in Illinois.
Okay.
And so it's a scorecard, and it's based on income, based on number of children you have in each home, and a variety of other things. But obviously, we're trying to do the best we can to access what free money is available. So, and that's all that's out there right now that I know of.
Thank you.
We've also sent legislators, like the federal legislators, some letters basically asking for some help and trying to get more funding.
Yeah, we
and
need a
seeing
lot.
what we can do.
Yeah, we
gotta
need
do
a
something.
lot of help in that matter from what we need to do and people working it and just in our 2 wards and throughout our whole city, until we get to our newer areas. I would say that this type of situation is, and this ain't for y'all, this is for our council. This is what ARPA funds is for. This is what American Rescue Funds is for. Things like this. To help people in that situation right there. That's why it's called the American Rescue Fund. Some of it has been allocated to sewers over in Alderman Rockford's ward. But we need to look at that, because anytime we can take $500,000 out of our corporate fund or wherever it comes from for a firehouse extra, then we certainly can do for our people. I don't know if it was in the budget, Mayor. I'm not saying nothing against you, but anytime that we can do those things, we need to look at that and try to help the people, even if it's a couple $100,000 spread out over some
Alderman, I
years.
hate to say this, but I'll check with the budget director. I don't think we can change any ARPA funds now because we had to file reports and they were final of where we were going to spend the money.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's got to be depleted very quickly.
I appreciate you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Sorry.
No problem.
Well, Mayor, can I say one thing? What's the young man's name? Alan, have you made Senator Turner aware of your situation? Or do you know if she's aware of this situation? Okay, so that's another angle at least to explore, and I'll explore it with you,
Okay.
Alderwoman, if you want to.
Well, and the
Okay.
build money they're talking about is nearing the end of it, and I know that Governor Pritzker would like to see that program again, so that would be a suggestion to
Yeah.
open it up
Okay.
for the next time around, I would say.
And we think we have one more opportunity for bill money, but again, it's gonna fall along the same lines as the last iteration of this, in that we're gonna have to pick a couple census tracts
Yes, yeah.
and spend it in those census tracts. So, and again, there's no guarantee that we'll be the ones that actually get the grant money, because the competition level, as we approach the 2027 deadline, gets higher and higher.
Yeah, well, I would just be asking her about other types of monies,
Right,
anything that
sure.
she may know of or how to help us in this situation, because we'll let her hear about the situation and let her make her judgment on what she can and can't do, you know.
Yeah, we definitely need all the help we can get to secure
Okay.
grant funding for lead service
And
line replacement.
We'll make
Yes.
sure that
Yeah.
happens, of course.
Todd, will you remind everyone how much we have approximately to spend, like our total cost of lead service line replacement, what we're anticipating?
Yeah, so we're estimating in today's dollars about a $150 million program. That would be, both the city side and the private side.
For all the lines, yeah.
Yes, right.
Okay.
So that's what would have to be expended in this community to get rid of all the lead service lines. And then, of course, over 10 years, you're expecting the inflation and whatnot will probably take it closer to a $200 million program by the time you get into 2037, 2038.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Reed Roberts.
Yeah.
Kelly Follis.
Good evening. I work for Springfield Auto Body and Towing, and there's an
Put the
ordinance.
mic up, sorry, just so we can hear you. Thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I work for Springfield Auto Body and Towing. So we've been told as tow truck drivers, there's an ordinance that we cannot have our tow trucks at our houses at night. We are getting fined. We are getting violations. We provide a service for the city of Springfield. We have the city contract that says you have to be there in 30 minutes or less. So I'm asking for you guys to make an amendment so we can get there, so we can clean the accidents up. We can help get the arrests when people got arrested. We can get the cars so the police can continue to do their job. So I'm asking for an amendment to the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, ma'am,
I'm
I
sorry.
apologize. Alderman Williams, are you also signed up or no?
I'm done.
Okay, Alderman Gregory.
No, I just real quickly, I thought our corporation council, I thought we addressed this. We had a ordinance coming, we took it back because they was gonna address it, the police and
Yeah, we can talk after the meeting about this.
Okay, because I talked to zoning and they said they had know nothing about it.
So
that's why.
I'm just gonna go off the top of my head. A simple fix is, can they just get a sticker on duty, tow truck? I
I mean,
mean,
it's not, we're parked every night, or I mean, all day long. We go home at night. From like 5:30, 6 o'clock at night till the next morning, and on the weekends, we're on call. So that's all we're asking for is tow truck drivers and the companies.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Clerk?
Rick Chatterjee? He had to leave. Roy Walton?
A couple seconds. Okay. I apologize. I'm ready. First, I would like to say thank you to everyone I would like to first say thank you to everyone in making the effort, working together for the greater good, bring a resolution. With that being said, I would like to reiterate the importance of holding true to our commitments we take on and the responsibilities of our policies. With that being said, antagonizing behavior as a misconduct. Antagonizing behavior by police can constitute misconduct when or if it violates professional, statutory, or constitutional standards of conduct while acting under the color of law. Whether it rises to official misconduct under Illinois law depends on the nature, intent, context of antagonism. What is antagonism in its legal terms? Antagonizing generally means deliberately provoking, irritating, intimidating, or escalating conflict without lawful justification in law enforcement. This can include verbal taunting, deliberate escalation of tension, intentionally provoking a reaction to justify use of force arrest, retaliatory conduct during or after a stop or arrest. How it can constitute misconduct is A720 ILCS 5/33-3 official misconduct. If an officer antagonistic behavior involves unlawful acts, excessive force, threats, coercion, acts forbidden by law or policy, or abuse of authority, harm, or retaliate against someone, then it may meet the elements of official misconduct, a Class 3 felony. Example, an officer escalates a peaceful situation by shouting insults to provoke a reaction, then arrest the individual for resisting. If the antagonism was intended to fabricate grounds for arrest, that's an act in excess of lawful authority under 33-3, parentheses A, parentheses 3. Federal law prohibits deprivation of constitutional rights under color of law. Antagonistic behavior can violate this if it intentionally provokes violence or fear, chills free speech or protest, constitutes cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment, especially in custody. Constitutional violations that may apply: provoking someone into resisting to justify a false arrest, That's a Fourth Amendment violation. Eighth Amendment violation, verbal abuse or threats in custody causing mental anguish. First Amendment, retaliating against someone for filming or criticizing you. Case law examples and implications, City of Chicago versus Morales. I won't go through all of that though. Antagonizing behavior. Oh, it says, DeShaney versus Winnebago, though not directly about police, it emphasizes that state actors cannot abuse power to cause foreseeable harm. That means government entities in this whole. So this doesn't apply to the police. Now, the definition of color of law refers to actions taken by government officials, such as police officers who misuse their power while appearing to act within the boundaries of their official authority. It becomes relevant in cases where officials violate someone's constitutional rights under the appearance of lawful authority. Let's not confuse the two. Legal definition, federal context. Whoever under color of law, statutes, ordinances, regulations, or customs willfully subjects in person to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secure, protected by the Constitution or the laws of the state shall be fined, imprisoned, or
Thank you, sir. Clerk?
Aaron Cahill. Donald Hanrahan.
And this old man needs to get to bed. The Coalition for Springfield's Utility Future sent each of you an email. I want to highlight just a few points from it. You know, it's a great thing that we have a municipal utility. It was the product of a powerful progressive movement in the early 20th century where the people perceived the need to seize control of basic services like water and electricity from private companies that were consolidating power and trying to control development and prices, monopolies. This city moved to build its own to prevent that, and they were sued by Springfield Gas and Electric, a corporate electric provider that wanted to monopolize power, all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court 104 years ago, and the city won. That socialized power has kept our rates cheaper for 100 years, 104 years. But that's not all that does. Mr. Brown and his staff work hard to continue that tradition, and the people of this city should appreciate that work. I know I do. I'm both a CWLP customer and an Ameren customer. I open my bills. I know which one's cheaper. I can tell you that my Ameren bill is not anywhere near 170% more than the CWLP bill. I don't know why that is. Ameren has programs like off-peak that CWLP doesn't provide, so I can make my rates cheaper. They have a buy policies where you can buy power from an alternative provider and save another 20%. So the fact is, though, I know what bill is more, and it's always Ameren, and no CWLP customer in their right mind would trade with an Ameren customer. Is Dahlman the reason that it's cheaper? Partly. You know, only 38.9% of our power that was consumed was produced by our utility. The rest was wind and solar power purchase agreements and grid purchases. There's an intricate dance that has to be done in order to secure the low rates that CWLP has, and the staff, again, does a great job monitoring all those things to keep it low. Ameren is a corporate utility. Ameren has to pay
its stockholders $5 billion in profits that they paid last year. They also pay their executive staff $5 million in salaries. We pay our staff well, but we don't have to pay to feed hungry profit takers. And we celebrate that. I celebrate it every single billing cycle. Power generation gives CWLP a lot of flexibility, but it's the fact that they generate power, not the fact that the power comes from coal. Generative power can also come from renewable energy. The email I sent highlights that and gives a couple of examples. Please read that email. And if you take away one thing, it's this. Again, generating our own power gives the flexibility to help control rates, but it isn't quite the only factor because we have the PPAs and we have the purchase off the grid, and we have the fact that we don't pay all those salaries and stock options and all that stuff. It isn't the only factor, and there are clearly ways to generate that power that are beyond coal. I'm going to take the minute I have left. You were talking earlier about how to deal with these problem properties, and I want to mention something. 65 ILCS 5/11-13-15 is a statute that I used when I was a legal aid lawyer decades ago. It's still there. It's still on the books. It's a bomb that you can drop on these properties where you do not have to wrangle through months and months of administrative process and notice and all that. You just have to know that the property's in violation, and you can go straight to court, file any kind of an action you want to get compliance to seize control. We used to do a 3-count complaint to get a temporary restraining order, to get a preliminary injunction, and to take receivership of the property. The cool thing about this is that aside from the city being able to do that, private citizens who live within 1,200 feet of the property can do it, and the attorney that they use can get attorney's fees. Talk to me about it. I'd be happy to tell you how to short circuit all of this.
Thank you.
Laurie McKieran.
Good evening. Last November, an ordinance was passed to begin buying coal from Deer Run Mine in Hillsboro. Our Energy Coalition speakers have often talked about the harm to the environment and our health from burning coal, but other than discussing the open permit application to expand Deer Run's coal slurry pond, we haven't spoken enough about the dangers and harm from the mining process. Deer Run Mine utilizes a longwall mining system which involves removing large horizontal panels of coal from underground. This can lead to surface subsidence as the ground above the mined-out area collapses. There are farms above the mined areas that have not been tilled and planted for several years because of the subsidence. The farmers are losing money because they can't grow and sell crops on these fields. A fire at Deer Run Mine in 2015 led to its shutdown and indefinite suspension of operations due to safety concerns related to elevated carbon monoxide levels. The mine has faced scrutiny regarding water pollution, including violations of water quality permits. But I'm here tonight to talk about methane. So methane is a potent greenhouse gas. It's naturally present in coal seams, and it's released during mining operations due to pressure changes and fractures in the coal and surrounding rock. These gases being released can create explosive atmospheres in mines, making it a safety hazard, so Deer Run Mine has an exhaust fan on their property to remove methane and other toxic gases from the mine for the safety of the miners. This exhaust fan is releasing methane directly into the atmosphere. Methane exposure can cause a range of health effects, primarily due to oxygen displacement in high concentrations, acting as an asphyxiant. While not toxic in low concentrations, significant exposure can lead to symptoms like rapid heart rate, dizziness, and impaired vision. And in severe cases, it can cause unconsciousness, convulsions, and even death. Additionally, methane contributes to the formation of ground-level ozone and particulate matter, which can exacerbate respiratory and cardiovascular issues. Methane is the second most abundant greenhouse gas after carbon dioxide, the CO2 that we talk about a lot. Over the last 2 centuries, methane concentrations in the atmosphere have more than doubled, largely due to human-related activities. Methane is actually worse than CO2 in the short term because it's a much more potent greenhouse gas, trapping significantly more heat per molecule than CO2. But it also has a much shorter atmospheric lifetime, meaning it breaks down and is removed from the atmosphere much more quickly. However, over a 20-year period, methane is roughly 80 times more powerful at warming the planet than CO2. And over a 100-year period, it's still around 28 times more potent, according to the US EPA. The mining of the coal that we burn at Dolman 4 is contributing to this harmful process. Because methane is both a powerful greenhouse gas and a short-lived compared to carbon dioxide, significant reductions in emissions by not burning coal would have a rapid and positive effect on the atmosphere. We can't ignore the fact that the entire process from mining that is destructive to farmland and releases coal dust and methane into our atmosphere at Deer Run Mine, to the carbon being released into the atmosphere by Dolman 4, to the disposal of fly ash with its heavy metals and toxins in our ash ponds, the entire coal process from start to finish is harmful to our health and irreparably damaging our environment. So I want to thank everybody for your hard work on these property violations tonight. I appreciate all the discussion, all the debate. I appreciate all your attention to detail. Those are important issues, and it's obvious that all of your concern for our residents, for our community, and for our city, they're really obvious about this discussion tonight. I would greatly appreciate that same concern for our residents and our community and our city be put even a small percentage of the discussion and the debate tonight and a small percentage of the attention to detail on ordinances that have to do with mining and burning coal and the disposal of the waste, because those issues are just as important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marcus Bates.
He's not here. Next week.
Brianna Day.
So long. Okay, I just want to